How we doing tonight, folks? I hope everybody has had a good weekend so far. There isn't much left of it. But what there is of it, you've apparently decided to spend hanging out in a Twitch stream with someone who hasn't finished a project in like 3 months. So, I don't know exactly what that says about your decision-making overall, but I appreciate it regardless. Got my wet palette. Got my water. I think I'm ready. I think I'm all set. Let me enjoy my tea. And then we'll go ahead and, we'll see if we can't finish this model off and get started on the next one, because I've got some ideas. The Discord has spoken. I put up a poll for people to vote for which of the next few Cyberpunk models we'd get started on, so I could start thinking about what color scheme I was going to do with him. We ended up picking Flexi Guy here, who I'll show you on the big camera in a minute. But I got some ideas. I got some, I think, some pretty cool ideas for how he's gonna come together, or at least how I think he is. And I'm reminding myself I'm making demo game pieces here. I gotta stop myself at a certain point, or I'll just go crazy. Gilded Mongoose knows what I'm talking about. What would being a gilded mongoose and all, the natural predator of the copper-plated snake. Copper-plated cobra, that would have been better. That's at least an alliteration. I need a faster brain. I need to be wittier. I need a better sense of humor. These are things I'm in the market for. If you got a good deal, let me know. Tea? Tea? Yeah, man, I've been on tea for a little while now. It's better than all the coffee I was drinking, tell you what. Riot's sister, welcome in. Good to see you. Merlin, it is always a pleasure to see you. To Square, no spoils for Witch from Mercury. I still haven't watched anything but the prologue. I'm kind of waiting for the first series to be over and done with before I jump in. Would you say that the quality is roughly on par in parity with, say, Iron-Blooded Orphan Season 1? Because that's really kind of my bar at the moment. Season 1, mind you, because Season 2 was terrible. I was not a fan. Light purple to match the pumpkin latte orange. Well, I'm thinking like sort of silver-plated arm muscles. Or not arm muscles, but plates on his big, beefy cyber arm. And then underneath that... Oh, is Gilded Mongoose someone I know? It seems possible. Underneath the arm plates, he's got a lot of, like, there's underparts of the cyber arm, and I was thinking, I'm gonna do those in, like a muscle red. They're not actual muscles, but just in kind of like a deep red color. I think that could look really neat. Played through Scorn, and I'm feeling inspired. I've seen a lot of mixed reports about Scorn. It looks gorgeous, obviously, because it's just like H.R. Giger, but without all the psychosexual influence, which... I haven't seen it myself, so I can't really criticize it. All I can say is that if you remove all the psychosexual influence from H.R. Giger, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's gonna have the same punch as far as art goes. That's sort of what makes Giger so upsetting. The Blues Brothers is my favorite movie. That's a weird thing to say. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy the Blues Brothers as much as anyone else. But favorite movie? Seems a little strong. Seems a little strong. Will do, Riot Sister, will do. Still got a lot of it? Okay. As long as, you know... Never mind. I'm not... You know what? Maybe I'm evolving. Maybe I'm growing. Maybe I'm adapting. I'm becoming more than I was as a streamer, because I was about to say a sentence. But before I said the sentence, I thought about the sentence from beginning to end, and I thought, what's wrong with this? As it turns out, a lot of things, and now I'm not going to say it. That's progress, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching me grow before your very eyes. Yeah. Dig in nice and deep, Punished Fink. Get down in there. How you doing, Fink? When I was 12, I bought a copy on VHS because I knew that although my parents owned one, I would leave home someday. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, Blues Brothers. Oh, okay. I was like, what? I guess that's still odd. Okay. Yeah, that's what I heard too. It sells itself as a shooter and it's more of a puzzle open world kind of thing. Whatever. I admit I could go more for a shooter at the moment. I'm having trouble playing any video games lately. I don't know. I don't have the patience for most of the games that I claim to enjoy. I'm becoming just like a jumpy Twitch shooter type adrenaline junkie gamer. I don't know what's happening to me exactly. No, Riot Sister, Scorn is a first-person shooter-looking game that is apparently mostly puzzles and has lots and lots of H.R. Giger bio-mechanoid influence to it. I can still play Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic has, like, it's got a satisfying loop, it's got enough content, and the game is over before I've completely lost interest in it. But, like, I used to be really into, like, long-form story-based games, and it's not even like I don't have the time to play them all the time. I could make the time to play them, I just don't. Yeah, honestly, we should finish Prey. Prey is a genuinely pretty fun game, and I know you want to know. You want to know where it's going. It has, in my opinion, a pretty solid ending. Ooh, you know what I did? I bit down hard on the inside of my mouth last night, and it's all like swollen and weird right now. Yum, 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 yum. I'm gonna try really hard not to bite down on it while I'm streaming. Do you want to, Riot Sister? I wasn't sure that you were still into it. It's a weird game. Game journalist bastards. Who even reads? Who even reads what they write? Oh, you're talking about for Scorn, yeah. Hello Kitty Online Adventure. The best. The best. Quit painting so much then. Yeah, that's my problem. I paint too much. It's not even just free this week, Stoneless Bee. Vermintide 2 is now just free, as far as, like, am I mistaken in that? Can anyone correct me? I saw that on Steam, they just made Vermintide 2 free. You can just download it, and then you own it. It's a little irritating if, like me, you bought it before. But, I mean, it's a good game. It is worth money. It's just that now you can just sort of have it if you want it. Oh, that'll happen. That'll happen, Riot Sister. Oh, Riot Sister. Ooh. Okay. Well, first of all, Riot Sister, the Dead Space remake, as far as I know, unless they've changed something, will just be single player. It doesn't have a two-player option like Dead Space 2, Dead Space 3. Also, I don't think I'll be getting the Dead Space remake. I'd watch you play the Dead Space remake. I personally won't be buying the Dead Space remake. And it's entirely for my own bitter, cynical reasons that you probably neither care about nor need to know. Essentially, my impotent rage at Electronic Arts for squeezing all of the juice out of, why can't I think of the name of the company? Visceral Games. And then basically firing them all. And then taking their game, which they had purchased the rights to, and remaking it and selling it back to us after Capcom proved that it was a viable option via Resident Evil 2 remake. It's essentially one of the most craven, cowardly, self-interested, bean counter-driven piece of shit moves in the history of gaming. and there's nothing I can do to stop them making money on the horrible, horrible thing that they've done. All I can do is not give them my money, and so I will take advantage of that tiny bit of power that I have, and not buy that game. Those fucking bastards. Yeah, Callisto Protocol looks cool. I've been kind of avoiding news on that one, because I'm curious about how it's going to turn out. Everybody's hyped for Darktide, dude. I'm hyped for Darktide. Like, I don't fucking... Yeah, I'm gonna play that. Hell yeah. How you doing, Wombat? It looks like a lot of fun. It looks like more of a spiritual successor to Dead Space than just remaking the first one because they know it'll sell. I don't know. Again, like, nobody has any reason to really know or care about those things. I just, like... Dead Space 2 was an incredible game, but it was also, like, a big fucking boondoggle. They dumped a shitload of money into that game when... I mean, and I don't blame Visceral. Visceral made Dead Space on kind of like a shoestring budget, and it was really, really good. And then EA saw that, and they were like, that's great, here, have all the money in the fucking universe to make Dead Space 2. And Visceral went, okay. And they did the best job that they could, and they made a truly fantastic game. Dead Space 2 is wonderful. It's wonderful. It's everything that you loved about the first one. It is the Aliens to Alien. It's like, we know it's not going to be as scary, so we gotta bump up the action. We gotta make it more in your face, and they did a really good job at it, and it is a whole lot of fun to play. And the problem is that it was always a niche game in a niche genre, and it was never going to make as money as the big AAA projects like the Call of Duties and whatnot. So it came out, and the EA essentially had like this, you know, it must make X amount of dollars to be worth the money that we put into it, and it didn't. So they were frankly lucky that they got the budget to make Dead Space 3. And that money only came along with the strong caveats from Electronic Arts that, first of all, your game must make this much money again, or we'll never let you make another one. And following on to that, you're going to put in, like, microtransactions, monetization, you're gonna shoehorn in co-op, like, they had this long list of things. You will do these things in your game, whether it makes sense or not, whether you want to or not. And that's why Dead Space 3... kind of sucks in some ways. Like, it has a lot of... It's fun enough, but the weapon customization system is weird and not very well thought out. The resource system is tied to microtransactions. There's a bunch of, like, timed gates put in the way of the player in order to encourage you to then buy microtransaction currency for a single-player game. The co-op element is heavily shoehorned into the narrative in a way that's pretty awkward at times. It's not what it should have been, and naturally it didn't make as much money as they wanted it to make, and they were cool, but the thing is, Vergaderung, there were like 3 options that were good, and the rest were like, why would I ever use this? You never wound up in the situation like you did in Dead Space 1 or 2, where you were actively switching between 4 different guns depending on which enemy, where you were... And I think the main problem is that they had to homogenize ammunition, so you no longer were like, oh no, I'm out of ammo for the line gun, I have to use my flamer. It's a horror game, it's a survival game, it's supposed to put you in a situation where you're, you know, fighting against limited resources, but it's just like every ammo's the same, whatever, who gives a shit? Because with the customization, you couldn't do it any other way. It homogenized a lot of what made the earlier games more tense. But ultimately, it you know, performed as it was always going to, and it didn't make as much money as it should. That's true, Vergaderung, but Dead Space 2 fixed a lot of that. In Dead Space 2, there were not only a bunch more guns that were useful and customizable to make them more useful, but there were a series more interesting enemies with slightly modified mechanics that made those weapons even more useful in the moment. Dead Space 2 was, oh, it was masterful. And Dead Space 3 was a huge step back. But anyway, the point being, Visceral Games had the opportunity to make one DLC for Dead Space 3. It was great, I loved it. I think the DLC, we played through that, Riot Sister. It was better than the main campaign, frankly. I love the DLC for Dead Space 3. And then Visceral Games got torn apart, and those guys got shit canned, and they're no longer a part of EA. I think there's like maybe one member of the original Visceral Games who's still on staff at EA. So those guys are out, trying to start over, essentially, and they no longer own the rights to their own IP that they made that is hugely popular amongst at least the horror survival fans of gaming. And I just imagine them sitting at home with no connection to EA, and Capcom makes Resident Evil 2 remake, and it's wildly popular. It's not even like EA thought, you know what, this property has the legs, let's take a risk, let's remake it, let's remaster it, it's gonna be great. No, because they're fucking cowards. They waited for Capcom to do it first, and then once it was a proven product, they were like, hey, we've got one of those, let's do it too. So it is, as I said, fundamentally a craven move. And on top of that, not one fucking dollar of the Dead Space remake is gonna go to the people who made Dead Space. And yeah, that bothers me. You might be able to tell that because I've been ranting about it for like 5 fucking minutes, even though I said I wasn't going to. I'm sorry. You may not care, and frankly, why should you? I agree, Wombat. Yeah, Callisto Protocol, I'm hyped for. I'm really glad that's coming out, and it looks like a lot of fun. But the Dead Space remake can go fuck itself. And what would you say the 2 good guns were, Vergaderung? Admittedly, the pulse rifle was just not very good, mostly because of the enemies you wound up fighting. Line gun, plasma cutter, yeah, okay. I guess the flamethrower wasn't really very good. The buzzsaw was actually pretty useful at times, but I think it was never really as good as the plasma cutter. Yeah, see, that's funny, though. You go to 2 weapons that I don't use. I'm line gun, and, well, I guess you mean linear cannon like the charge-up cannon, or do you mean linear cannon like the line gun? I don't remember what they were all called. The force gun was like a shotgun, and it was pretty good, too. Datron Voltari. A very good evening to you, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for your support. How are you doing? Okay, yeah. Yeah, and even then, I was plasma cutter line gun pretty much the whole time. I won't judge you for buying the remake, Merlin. I won't. I know I have my opinions. I'm not gonna be like, how dare you? I have very limited power in this world, and one of the few powers I do have is not giving money to assholes, and I try not to when I can. And EA is most definitely a bunch of assholes. It's always anti-EA Day, Busy Builder. Every day is anti-EA Day. Shitty week, but fingers crossed on the way to getting better. Datron, I'm sorry to hear you've had a shitty week, but I'm glad to hear that you are at least hopeful. At least hopeful that things are coming around. Welcome in. Take a load off, grab something to drink, relax with us. Alright, let's do some painting. I meant to get a session on this guy earlier to finish him off. I didn't, so we're going to do that tonight, and then we're going to move on to the next guy. Who Discord has voted will be this handsome fellow here. He is flexing so hard with that arm that has no muscles in it. I've got some ideas for how he's going to come together. I really like his vest with a sweet-ass eagle on the back of it. It's actually a stereotype that all Russians are missing one eye, Busy Builder. No. I thought he had a big plate on his head, but I guess that's actually hair, now that I look closer. I like his little, his coat that's buckled over on one side, and how that has like a little sort of padded pattern on the sides. I need to decide exactly how I'm going to color that, but I'm not going to worry about it for now. We're going to get back to work on our Guns Akimbo fellow. I gotta put on some gloves. Let's do some work. I bought a Games Workshop product, guys. I did it. That's where they store their vodka. You pull a little tube out from under the eye patch. I did. I'm not gonna rub your faces in it or anything, but suffice to say, people at Adepticon, some particular people at Adepticon want me to play Warcry with them, so I was like, this latest box looks nice. I'll just grab that and we'll play a little Warcry with some friends. It seems like a fun game. I'm not touching Age of Sigmar. I'm not touching 40k 9th. I told Rhino I will come back to 40k when they announce an edition and they're like, we're going to D10s and we're going with alternating activations. I'll be like, fine, I'll try 40k again. Until then, though, I'm not playing the main game. I'll play Kill Team. I might even play Necromunda. Probably not, actually. I think Kill Team is about my speed at this point. Well, it's not that unheard of to swear. I've bought lots of Games Workshop products in my life, to be fair. Alright, I want to put a quick touch of black on his knuckles. Yeah. I need to move my drink so I can reach my paint mixer here. I've heard good things about Titanicus, but I don't have the patience for those models at this point. I'll be more interested in Titanicus if/when they open it up to actually being a re-release of Epic 40k. I don't think that they need to do two things with Titanicus. They need to move in one of two directions, or both. Those directions are opening it up to Xenos, introducing things like Tyranid Biotitans, Orc, big old Mega Walkers, stuff like that. Eldar Revenants, or not Revenants, what are they called? Yeah, Revenants, right? That's their Titan. They need to open it up to more options, because just Titans fighting Titans is a little boring. And move it in the direction of Epic 40k and introduce combined arms. That would get me more interested. Can see it going Epic Heresy. Yeah, they've said it in the Horus Heresy, but I mean, at the same time, they can just snap their fingers and change that at any time. They could use the same models and release, an Epic 40k expansion to it. Of course, I'm not helping my own case because they tend to favor game systems that sell. So with GW, you really have to vote with your wallet, and if you look at my voting record with GW, I'm voting for stop making any games at all, because I don't buy their shit for the most part. Not that they keep track. Yeah, give them time, Busy Builder. They'll wait, and then turn around and pretend like, yeah, that got stolen from them. Making sure I didn't miss any spots there. Okay. More Space Marines. Even when you think it's not going to be more Space Marines, then it's fucking Dwarf Marines. It's always something. That is like the great tragedy of the new Leagues of Votann release is that like, their lore is kind of fresh-ish. They've done a few interesting things with the lore, and we'll see what they do with the continued releases, but stylistically, they're pretty much just more Space Marines. They're short Space Marines. They have a slightly different aesthetic, but not really. It's just kind of more Space Marines. Which, you know, I get it. Space Marines sell, but... Eh. There is no pleasing me. I'll say the one cool thing, the one thing that's really excited me that GW has done fairly recently is their, what are they called? The Farstalker Kin Band? The Kroot kill team, the bespoke Kroot kill team. It's unfortunately in a box that I don't give a shit about and don't want any of the other models in, so I gotta wait for them to actually release that in a box before I pick it up. It's the name of the other sci-fi game you play. Doing the models about a month back. Oh, Beyond the Gates of Antares. Yeah. I like that game. It's fun. They released a new edition of it fairly recently, and I've been updating my forces. I have a lot of models for that game already.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey.
Ooh, I love this chapter.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
And what do you know? We're back to actually thinning our paints. Oh, how apropos. Oh, that's funny, Vergaderung. Well, the thing is, I've got a friend who would like to get the Breachers in that box as a kill team, but neither of us want the terrain. That's what stopped us. I don't give a shit about the internal boarding action terrain. I think it's awful. Well, okay, I should clarify. I don't think it's awful. I think for what it is meant to be, like, it looks nice, it's as high quality as anything else GW makes. It's just not a playstyle I'm interested in any way, shape, or form. Plus, I don't really need any more terrain. Most of us with 3D printers don't really need terrain. You want the terrain and the breachers? Maybe we can talk, because all I want are the Kroot. I've always liked the Kroot. Now, admittedly, the Kroot had, like, just been introduced to the setting when I was really starting to get into 40k for the first time. Well, no, I guess they got introduced a little while after I get into it. Because my first army was some second-hand Iron Warriors. But one of the first armies that I bought new and built and painted for myself was Tau, and I went really Kroot heavy. And then a while later they released... Are Vespids still in the setting? Is that a thing? Still? I remember when the Vespid Stingwings got introduced and just nobody cared, like, at all. Oh, okay. Have they gotten new releases in the last, like, 15 years? still only have the sting wings, but I'm gonna bet they're the same fucking models, too. Yeah. The Kroot deserve some love. I wish they'd spin them off into their own army like they did with the GSC. I feel like the Kroot are one of the only Xenos races they've introduced in the lore of 40k that comes along with kind of an interesting moral quandary. In that, biologically, the Kroot must consume the flesh of like, higher-thinking sentient beings. Or they will revert to lower animals. Like, they don't really have a choice. And the evidence is, you know, it's right there in front of you in the form of the, like, Kroot Hounds, Krootoks, Kroot Hawks, the greater Narlox, things like that. They literally become whatever it is they're consuming, including their level of sapience. So if they don't eat higher-thinking sentient beings, they will stop being higher-thinking sentient beings. And again, I think of that as one of the only interesting moral quandaries in the whole universe at this point. Like, I generally don't think too highly of eating thinking, feeling creatures, but I guess I have to make an exception in their case. Remember one of the stories from, I want to say it was the old original Kroot, or not Kroot, but Tau Codex. That was about a Imperial diplomatic contingent being transported to peace talks with the Tau on board a Kroot warsphere. And the Kroot feeding the humans other humans and thinking it was hilarious. They fed Space Marines chopped up Imperial citizens. and to the Kroot, it was just like, look, they're eating each other. It's funny. Didn't really occur to them as that fucked up. Irony being that when they revert to lower thinking, the moral accountability goes down and they can chomp all day. Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's just a matter of what they can get their beaks on, so to speak. Alright, I need a little, gonna go with ivory. Oh, that's bright warm gray. That's not what I'm looking for. I am gonna need that in a minute, but looking for bright ivory. There it is. They fed the last Chancer's Penal Regiment human in a book. Yeah, that's wonderful. That's just fantastic. I mean, you know it's horrible, and it's monstrous, and I don't condone cannibalism. I suppose I should. I mean, I am on the internet, I guess I should clarify that. Next, it's all gonna be cancel Thunderhead. He's a cannibal! Good old corpse starch. Yeah, isn't that the joke, is that everybody in the Imperium are technically cannibals anyway? That's right up there with that sort of the older 40k lore that was borrowing heavily from 2000 AD. Like so much of 40k did for its initial humor. They just took that right from 2000 AD. Everybody eats human. IG got what Croots crave. Unexpected. How you doing today, man? Look, I'm being charitable in my choice of words. I'm aware of that. Of all the people who doesn't need encouragement to criticize Games Workshop, feels like it's been a while. Yeah, I mean, I was like gone, didn't stream at all for like a week unexpectedly. So, you know, time passes. Sometimes unexpectedly. Hope things have been going well for you. I shouldn't bother trying to paint the eyes on this son of a bitch. They're hard to reach. They're between his arms. They're facing down. This is a bad idea. I know I want to do it before I do the face. I'm just trying to find a good angle. It's actually a really pretty damn good game to square. I really, really like the way the, like, mechanically, I'm a pretty big fan of it. Now I'm going to show you why I do eyes before I do the rest of the face. It's because I can afford to make a big fucking mess. Like that. Big fucking mess. Bad idea. Oh! That's not funny. How you doing, O'Coral? Yeah. Suck the lemon seed through my straw. Alright, let that set for a minute. Do some work on the leather. I was working up dark blue-gray on that, so let's continue our work. Are we gonna watch that movie this month? Wait, which one? I think last one we were talking about was like Army of Darkness and Evil Dead 2. The Kickstarter still hasn't shipped, but it's getting really, really close to it, and the game actually has some really interesting mechanics that I've fooled around with and quite enjoy. I don't know your... I don't know your location. I see the AU, and I assume maybe you're in Australia, Scythe. But if you're in the US and you're going to be at Adepticon, I will have these models with me, and I will be running some, not quite demo games as much as just games that I want to play, using the rule set and my own components. Yeah, I figured. We should do Johnny Mnemonic. Didn't we do that recently? I would swear... Maybe I just did that recently and I conflated that with a movie night. That's possible. That actually sounds like something I would do. Alright, a little gray-blue. Hey, Mafik, how you doing? Yeah, we did talk a little bit on the Discord about doing for this upcoming movie night in November, Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness, just because there are some people who haven't seen those movies, which is astonishing, I know. But true, regardless. Hey, Gray Mail, welcome in. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Any new projects on anybody's desk? Anything you're really excited about? Let us know. Let us know. I am going to be painting some Warcry figures, but I don't think I'm going to do any of them on the stream. I considered it, but we've got a good track record of really not doing any GW on this channel, and I'm like, why break my streak? I can do that in my own time, you know? I need to thin this some more. We want it real thin. Nice, Mafik. I didn't know there was a new set. Admittedly, I don't pay attention to those releases as much as you do. Finally got the backdrop painted for my Brooklyn bust. Started an LH Craft bust, looking to start a big diorama this week. You're working on some big stuff lately. Working on magnetizing stuff for Titanicus on this fine day. They are nice-ass models. I noticed that, Gray Mail, is that the models they have for Titanicus seem very much geared towards the builders among us. Those who love really intricate, complex figures. I've been tempted by Titanicus a time or two, and I have resisted. Get a ton of art for the Black Pants Legion's Dark Heresy game. Ooh, nice. Man, I haven't played Dark Heresy, like, since it came out. Shit. I was still at Army at that point. Man, oh man. Avoiding painting a regiment of Kellhounds, does that get... That counts. That counts, Gilded Mongoose. I'll count that. I can sympathize with the sentiment. Get the soul a little bit here, not too much. Painting quickly is not a strength of mine by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I guess that probably goes without saying. It's probably pretty obvious by now, but like, no matter how many times I try to change that, it just never quite seems to take. What's the next must watch? As in, like on TV? What are our criteria, Wiley Cliff? And by TV, I mean streaming, because that's what that is now. Trying to think, what is even coming out soon? Like, Black Adam is going to be hitting streaming before long. I'm excited for that. Apparently nobody else is. It isn't even doing that well in the box office, so it's kind of a question of if they'll do any sequels or not. But at least the one got made, and I'll probably enjoy it. There's that Weird Al movie. Yeah, I want to watch that. What else? People seem to be enjoying Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. I can't speak to that. I haven't watched anything but the prologue yet. I don't know, I'm kind of out of the loop right now. I keep meaning to watch Nope, but it hasn't come available for rental on streaming yet. It's only available to buy, and I'm like, nah, I'll wait. You know, if Jordan Peele makes it, I'll pretty much watch it. It's just called Weird, Wiley Cliff. It has Rainn Wilson playing Dr. Demento. Everybody says it's quite entertaining. Yeah, Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al. Who could pass that up? I'm not even being sarcastic. Daniel Radcliffe is legitimately a fantastic actor. Have you seen The Batman? It's been a while since that came out, but it was excellent. And apparently it's getting at least one, if not two, sequels. Which I am excited about. I watched Ghostbusters Afterlife. Nice and kind of sad to realize the actor Spengler passed. Yeah, Harold Ramis has been gone for a while, unfortunately. That's a sore subject for me, because it was Bill Murray who prevented Ghostbusters 3 from being made for many, many years until Harold Ramis passed. And so we would never get him back as Egon Spengler. And then he decided to give the okay to make Ghostbusters movies after Harold Ramis was dead, which is just like, oh my god, fuck you, Bill Murray. You son of a bitch. And then, as I understand it, they went ahead and did a horrifying CGI version of Harold Ramis for Afterlife, which is... I guess it's the thing they're doing now, but yikes. People don't seem to hate it. It's just, it's another one of those things where I'm like, I probably will just never watch it. I can't honestly criticize it because I haven't seen it. I think that that's fair. But I probably won't bother watching it either. The fact that Paul Rudd's in it is about the only thing that for a moment got me to go, maybe. No one is allowed to die in peace. Not anymore. We'll resurrect your ass as a horrible digital ghost and make you star in our movies, well past the point that you're even remotely capable of giving consent for anything. Your family will sell your fucking face and your voice and likeness. At least James Earl Jones was still alive to sell his voice to Disney. It may be, like, weird and still kind of ghoulish, but, you know, that's like someone donating their body to science. Except, you know, Disney doesn't help anyone. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it, Merlin. Maybe it was. I'm just still bitter that, like, they easily could have made a proper Ghostbusters 3 with Harold Ramis in it. And Bill Murray prevented us from getting that, and the only time he gave a thumbs up was when they had to then, you know, give a digital send-off to Harold Ramis because he was dead. That's not great. I'm glad that they gave a good send-off to Harold Ramis, but at the same time, they could have just let him make a fucking movie and let him, you know, write it and get Ivan Reitman in there. Well, probably not Ivan Reitman at that point, but... because it was Ivan Reitman's son that directed it, isn't it? Oh, it's not technically true, Mafik. There are lots of ways to defeat a Jedi, including flamethrowers and playing Pazak in your head. That was a Knights of the Old Republic reference. Deep Fake Head Studio will start the fake report art. I'm more respectful than that to Square. And hopefully my family won't sell off my likeness when I die. Oh, that's a scary thought. You might have to put that in your will if you get to a certain level of notoriety just in the world at this point. Don't make a digital clone of me and make me dance to your fucking music after my death. Like, you're gonna specifically need a clause that's like, don't resurrect me to be in your fucking movies. I mean, Peter Cushing didn't have any such clause, and look what happened. Rogue One happened. And I mean, you can tell me all day that you like Rogue One. I won't argue with you on whether you like it or not. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm personally not a huge fan of it, but I don't think anybody's going to argue that horrible deep-faked Peter Cushing was anything but unfortunate. Has anybody here seen the movie Censor that came out, I want to say, last year, 2021? It was either late last year or early this year. It stars, that woman with an Irish name that I can never pronounce. Anyway, it kind of slipped under a lot of people's radar. But if you're into, like, interesting, creepy, psychological horror, it is absolutely worth checking out. It's about a woman who edits, who censors, if you will, by the very name of the movie, those, the video nasties in England. And I want to say, like, the 70s, 80s? Back when the VHS market, there was suddenly the boom of VHS technology on the consumer market, and basically anybody was able to take a camera out and record fucking anything they wanted and release a movie. It was a magical, wonderful age. But because there was no regulation on it, because it was available to everybody, people could just make, literally whatever the fuck they wanted. And there was a glut of truly tasteless horror movies at the time, which in England they called the video nasties. Some of them were pretty bad. Some of them were like, there were some instances of like actual criminal activity being slipped into some of them, which is kind of the more interesting part of the history, really. But there was a huge censorship campaign against them and a lot of public outcry, claiming that they were making people commit murders and imitate the people in the movies and blah, blah, blah. The same old shit.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Alright, you're not allowed to use focus if I'm on the camera and the camera's focused, because that makes me look up. You're so full of shit. There's another one for out of frame anyway. I don't believe you. You were out of frame. How you doing, Rhino? It's good to see you, man.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Use the right one. How you doing, Rhino? Chewy, welcome in. Good to see you. Speaking of video nasties, Not you, Chew. I'm talking about Rhino. That was a thinly veiled insult for Rhino. Throttle up. How's your day going, Dr. Rhino? And Chewie, how's your painting going, man? It's always fucking exciting when we see some of your stuff, and that Mothman from last time, man, I'm still thinking about that. That was some damn good work. New one in the Storm Report. I'm excited to hear it. Evening, Valandar. Pardon me while I vegetate and occasionally make stupid, silly, or goofy comments. My brain is fried on my current commission. I mean, in fairness, and no insult to you, Valandar, that is more or less business as usual. More or less. So I won't mind at all. Finished figure you got the face of in the last Storm Report. Oh, fuck yeah, man. I always love seeing other people are finishing projects, even if I never do. It's inspiring. It fills me with hope that one day I'll resume some modicum of productivity. I'm just going with high contrast for this guy. What is everybody watching right now? Are there some shows I should be watching that I'm just not? I miss them a lot of the time. I missed Severance until damn near the whole thing was out, and I love that show. There's one for you, Wiley Cliff. Have you watched Severance? I get that nobody wants a subscription to Apple Plus TV. I get that. But that's one that's like, you know, pay for 1 month and binge that shit and then cancel it. Absolutely worth it. Spy Family, fun and wholesome. Oh, I don't watch wholesome thing. I need things to be depraved and obscene. Doom Patrol's back next month. Yeah, I'm excited as hell for that to square. With where the last season left off, hell yes, more Doom Patrol. And I mean, like, I'm not hallucinating, right? At the end of the last season, Robot Man's brain was in what is basically a giant wind-up toy, burrowing through the earth to go fight a giant squid. I'm not misremembering that, am I? Hey, Xander Shade, good to see you. We could do that. I haven't watched it in a while, and the latest season of Doom Patrol is easily the best. That show has done nothing but get better and better as it's gone on. And I guess we did watch... Did we watch? We watched through Season 2, didn't we? I know we watched through Season 1, at least. I really hate trying to get to this guy's eyes just because they are between his two arms. It is such an awkward angle to get to. So I'm just going to do a shitty job and move on. I can't get my hand very close, so I'm just kind of bracing it against this paint holder. And once we have that, we can adjust. Oh, nope, I fucked that up. Okay, now that he looks like Judge Doom, we can make adjustments. Goes from low PG to PG-13 about Season 3. And so strong PG-13 in the current season. Hold on, what are we referring to? The thing I'm watching... Oh, My Hero Academia. Okay. I was like, wait. They had... I thought it was Doom Patrol for a second, and I was like, in the first season of that, we had a robot ripping off Nazi clones' arms and beating them to death with them in a blood-filled hallway. That can't be right. He definitely has that Judge Doom look right now. We're gonna clean this up, but this is generally where my eyes start. Remember me, Eddie? When I killed your brother? His damn arms are really what make this challenging. Usually have easier access to the face. Just want to tighten it up a little bit. I need to make some time and actually join you guys for more games of Jackbox, because it's genuinely fun. And let's do another Jackbox night this month. I'll have to pick a time to do it, but I had fun on the last one, and I mean, I have a bunch of the party packs now, so we might as well. I realize I'm making his eyes gigantic, but this is how I do them. Make them giant, and you get the center exactly how you want it, and then you clean up the outside. Don't worry about the outside shape at first. You rocking some of that Sturgill Simpson there, Rhino? Because you got me on that album, like, hard right now. If y'all haven't listened to Sturgill Simpson's Sound and Fury, all I can say is do so. It's phenomenal. Oh god, I hate this. It's his damned arms and their position that just makes this so fucking challenging to get to, but I'm just gonna paint the face around it, so... The whole point is I don't have to be precise. Oh god, he's gonna look like a maniac. Of course, I'm doing this with a number 2 because I'm like, oh, Vergaderung's right about something. Dur, 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 dur. There we go. Start cleaning up the other side of his face while I wait for that to set for a minute. Because from here, and I don't actually want to use that. I want to use... I forgot. It's been a while since I've used these, but I like them a lot. Where is it? My Reaper Brown Liner. Where is it? There it is. No, that's Smoke. Smoke is also really useful, but I'm looking for... not Red Liner. Not Sepia Liner. Brown Liner. Thank you. Oh, that makes my hand feel so weird. Oh, of course I need to... It's been long enough, I need to actually clear the neck here. There we go. Just a tad. You're gonna make a mess, aren't you? Because you're clogged. Son of a bitch. Just go the old-fashioned route. I'm just gonna take a scoop out of you. And put you right here, and that's what we're gonna use. How about that? Because I don't need much. No sirree, Bob. Hey, mechanic, how you doing today? I think I'll share the cleaver as my storm report post this time. I'm excited already. We're just following up on the work from last time. This mechanic, what are you up to tonight on this very fine Sunday? This daylight savings time Sunday. I just learned, much to my chagrin, I thought that over here in the US we had finally passed a resolution through Congress to do the fuck away with daylight savings time. I genuinely thought this was the case. Turns out, what I remember seeing was that it had, like, unanimously passed the House, but not the Senate. And it is held up in the Senate and still not passed, and I am fucking irritated. I've been spending this whole year thinking this was the last daylight savings switch we would ever have. And I was incorrect. Yeah. That would be it, Valendar, if it had passed. I thought it was the other way around. Whatever, either way. I thought that if it had passed, then this one that we just did, this last fallback, would be the last time we switched, because that's the end of daylight savings. So I went into this switch thinking this would be the last one, and then learned that I was, you know, horribly mistaken. Let me see. Are my buttons working yet? I thought maybe they were. No, they're still not. God damn it. I was gonna do a meme. Painting up some Stormcast, added some more to the collection. The latest ones really do look nice. I'm hyped to see your work, mechanic. Really hate the angle of this guy's face. I don't know why I didn't just shadow his eyes and move on. Apparently I'm an idiot. Alright, let's come to the inside a bit. Narrow down his pupil. Alright, let's clean up that. Yeah, it's daylight savings time. Oh my god. Well, what's frustrating too is like the proposal to do away with daylight savings time was put forward by a senator I'm not a huge fan of under logic that I find to be quite dubious. But I'm just like, I don't care, just get rid of it. I'm just tired of fucking dealing with it. Some nonsense about getting rid of daylight savings time, like reducing crime or some shit. Hey, Shiny Mew, welcome in. Merlin, thank you for the reminder. When we play Darktide, do we decide who gets to play the guy with the lasgun, or how do we decide the guy who gets to play? How do we decide who gets to play the guy with the lasgun? The Imperial Guardsman, bro? I mean, shit, flip a coin. I'll play the big Ogren guy if I gotta. I don't give a crap. Who are the party members in Darktide? Can you play multiples of the same dude? Like, I don't know. I genuinely, like... This has been my approach to development cycles for games anymore. I don't pay any fucking attention. If I'm interested in a game and I know it, I just ignore it until it comes out. I'm done riding the fucking hype trains. Like, ever again. New third-party Nerf-type blaster at Target, the Dart Zone Pro Dictator, and it's a beast. Man, some of those Nerf guns these days are pretty fucking crazy. We didn't have anything like that when I was a kid. The ones that fire the nasty little, like, Nerf balls. at high velocity. Hey, Xander Shade. Holy moly, 5 gift subs. Jesus Christ. For Orbital Friendship Cannon, one of our new friends. Tornlin, who we haven't seen in a bit. Manix, Drakari, and Furion. I wonder how Furion's doing. I like his paint jobs. Had BB guns, none of this nerd stuff. Xander Shade, thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for the gift subs, man. You don't have to do that. It's just wonderful to have you here in chat, my friend. There, I think those eyes are good enough. They're generally pointed in the same direction. They're not too crazy. Now we can work up the rest of the face. They look a little funny because the rest of his face is just kind of dark, but we're going to fix that. Well, I guess the answer here is that all the kids who were playing with Nerf guns that I had when I was a kid have grown up to be like engineers and mega dorks. And now they're measuring the impact of their Nerf weapons using high-tech equipment, and they had to adapt to the market. Hey, Shadowcat, how you doing? It's understandable. You just, you know what? Take a load off. Relax, my friend. I'm not even remotely going to ask about that last one. I see it, I acknowledge it, I don't think I want to know. God, I hate painting faces. Why do I do it? Because I need more practice at it.
You know,
why.
I suppose
I've
you
been
could
just
just
avoiding
go
it.
ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's
thank
not like
you.
we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Thanks, O'Coral. That does wonders for my self-esteem. I really appreciate that. I feel like I'm doing a great job. There was a time when I said your painting was the okayest. You don't hear that from me anymore. We just don't... Our relationship just isn't what it was, O'Coral. You think the spark is gone? Hey, Aaron Heath, how you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate that, man. How have you been? And I'm doing well, for the record. Thank you very much for asking. Oh, that is incredibly harsh, but it also sounds exactly like something I do, so I can't really argue with you, O'Coral. I am very, very glad to hear that, Aaron Heath. I hope life has been treating you well. Let's get a little mixy mix over here. Alright, and let's do a quick start on our hair here, for which I'm thinking a dark, warm gray. This is one of the colors from Pro Acryl I've actually had to re-up on. I don't use all their colors all that often, but their dark warm and light warm gray, actually, I do use quite a lot. Mostly because they're really good for dry brushing. So you use quantity when you're doing that. Microwave burritos, my favorite. I'm not even really being sarcastic. I do love a good, like, those chimichanga boxes you get from Costco. Oh, they're a guilty pleasure. They really are. Hey, Furion, good to see you. I hope life has overall been treating you well, Aaron Heath. I always appreciate when someone decides to stop in and see how we're doing. Different cyber. Different cyber. I realize you've been on the internet for a long time. It's time to come in from the cold. ASL Happy Heretic Teehee. 18F USA. It is indeed Mike Mayart. Yeah, this is a painting handle that I developed and 3D printed for myself. It's There's a weighted base that, I confess, does strongly resemble a sex toy, but, you know, we make do. It needs to have the flared base and a weight so that it'll sit securely. And then this magnetizes to the top so you can get a full grip like so and move your model around. And a lot of the time I find myself just using the top of it. And yeah, this lets me kind of do the claw grip around the model while I'm painting and manipulate it and brace it in a variety of ways. It's also ribbed for his flesh. That's because of sex. That's the joke. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Mike May. That's very kind of you to say. Need someone to grift our favorite blunder thud, or else he'll continue to be yet another nobody streamer. Oh, that was both kind and hurtful at the same time. Strongly resembles a peppermill. That's the most charitable description I've heard so far. Thank you, Stig. I appreciate that. You're the only person who thinks that, apparently. Always inventing silly shit to aid my work. Usually it's a fail but fun. Also the impetus to get a printer. Yeah, I've made so many of my own, like, bespoke tools and whatnot since getting a 3D printer. It's some of the best uses for it are just having it around the house to make, like, clips or hooks, or some piece of plastic breaks and you'd rather not buy it for $30 from the manufacturer. You know, you get yourself a pair of digital calipers and you just make one. It's basically magic. Mike May, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I see your little check mark. I'm not familiar with your stream, Mike May, but I'm gonna have to check it out. A little burnt sienna on some spots that I missed on his fingy things. What's your work, Mike May? Are you an artist? I mean, I assume. It says Mike May Art. So that was some pretty, you know, clever detective work on my part. I see. Been on a bit of a hiatus, huh? Yeah, wrong platform. Yeah, did the checkmark cost you $8? That fucking shit. That's so silly. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you're familiar with digital art or mesh sculpting or anything of that sort, you should be able to pretty easily get into making yourself some pieces for 3D printing. If you have like any sort of AutoCAD or anything that can do more precise parametric modeling, that tends to be ideal. But you don't need anything complex. And it completely changes. Like, they say it's a hobby in and of itself, and it's true, it is, you know, so be prepared for that. But it's a rewarding one. Fix up this guy's weird bug eyes. I don't even know why I bothered doing this. This was dumb. That is better, though. Eyes are too big. I like to consider myself an artist, though what I do is mostly just coloring game pieces for myself. Make art, not friends. Super familiar with 3D software, but never 3D printed. So affordable, there's little reason not to. Yeah, they get cheaper and easier to operate every year. Getting into modeling and painting, so I've been ramping up miniature paints. I'm curious, what games are you getting into, Mike May? Coloring is art in a big way. That's art. I'm more of a fartist than an artist. Y'all know that. Yeah, his eyes look terrible, but I'm not gonna mess with them anymore. I don't care. They're downcast, you're barely gonna see them. We're moving on. We're moving on! Just sculpting for me, not games. Concept video games all day, nights and weekends are for me. So a bit of a, what's the phrase? Busman's holiday? Is that horribly dated? I think it might be. Like a butcher looking at meat catalogs. Would I know any of your work? Life has been treating me well. Been working on a tribute portrait to my dog that died on August 24th. Oh, I am genuinely terribly sorry to hear that, Aaron Heath. That is never easy. No matter how much you may know it's coming or if it's a surprise, it is always terrible. Couldn't walk, and then my first Christmas with no dog. I'd love to see that tribute portrait to Doggo. Oh, absolutely, man. I've lost a few pets in recent years myself that have been longtime companions, so I feel you. Doing a tribute is nice, though. Having the ability to do so and do something, you know, in memoriam. It can help. Do I play the Elder Scrolls Online? So, I did. Oh. What did I just switch off? I just switched off my lights. Hang on. Why is there a switch under my desk? Why does that even exist? I did play Elder Scrolls Online back when it very, very first released. I actually played it for a good long time and then kind of got out of it. And I tried to get back into it recently, but there's just been so much new content. I didn't even know where to start. I got completely baffled trying to get into it, and then I just ran away crying. Oh, that's awesome. So I ran away from some of your work crying. That's very personal. I like that. We have that fear and upset connection. That's real. That's deep. There's entire lists of where to play first. That didn't help me. I looked at the lists and I was like, oh fuck, I have to have a list to decide where to start now? It used to be they would just dump me into the starting zone near the volcano and I would go. Always creating content. Yeah, that was apparent. Just from getting back in a little bit, that much was very apparent. I was staggered by the amount of new content. I'm sure if I had continued playing that entire time, I would be much more comfortable in it. When it first came out, I played quite a lot. I'm trying to remember... I think it's not that much. I never got any further than the Alakir Desert. But I had a spell sword back then, and I was... It remains, I think, mechanically probably one of my favorite MMOs. And with some really lovely work, as far as the digital assets go. I haven't used this paint forever, so I'm having to clear out the nozzle here. One of the things I really like about the Pro Acryl bottles is they don't so much have this issue. They tend not to clog. The tip will dry, but that's fine. You can wipe that off. So you're doing some work for yourself now. What have you got your eye on? What are you planning to work on? What's your big personal project? What's your dream? I'm just going to scoop some out with a brush the old-fashioned way because I can't get the bottle to work. It's not even the old-fashioned way, it's just busted ass. Haven't found an MMO I've liked yet. You know, it's hard. Most of them are the same, and the ones that are different enough to be interesting often don't do all that well. Elder Scrolls Online is one of the first I found that had a lot of really good single-player, story-based content. You could play it mostly like a single-player game that had, you know, multiplayer elements to it, and I really like that about it. Series of coffee stain drawings lately. Interesting. Well, that makes sense, you know? You're not doing it with any direction, you're just kind of doing it as it suits you and as it interests you, so it's naturally going to be fairly chaotic, I would think. More mechanics-wise, a lot of people make good art and story. The combat system in ESO is as far as I know, still the same as it always was, and it's pretty excellent. It's more of an action-based combat system. Not just a WoW-style wait for your cooldown bar. Every time I try to get an angle on his face, I'm bumping against his guns. I hate this pose. He just ends up looking like a fucking primate anyway. Oh well. Oh well, I tried. Moving on. If you like the combat in Monster Hunter, you'd be more likely to like the combat in ESO, Verg. It's not quite as action-oriented, but it's a shitload more action-oriented than, you know, World of Warcraft and 90% of the other ones out there. I like sci-fi MMOs, and I never seem to be able to find a really good one. The ones I like never stick around. I played Star Wars Galaxies when it first came out, back before they did the massive changes and overhauled everything, and I enjoyed that. Leaving the face alone for now. Let's work on his hair. Where's my light warm gray? I just had it. And I put it somewhere dumb. There it is. Yes, Valendar, that's the one I'm talking about. I remember the first time somebody... Because when Force Sensitivity came out in that game, you had to jump through some insane hoops, some of which were entirely random and unknowable, to get a slot to unlock a Force-sensitive character, and then that character was vulnerable to permanent death. And it was neat. They were, you know, wildly overpowered, but, you know, balanced by the fact that there were only a few of them, and it was a reward. I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago when holocrons were selling for millions of credits. And I appreciate that too, Mike Mayhart. I mean, like, I'm not one to criticize fantasy art, fantasy armor, fantasy weapons because that's not perfectly realistic. It doesn't have to be perfectly realistic, but it does need to fit within a certain realm of plausibility for the most part. And, there are so many, it seems like, so many of the MMOs, because I recently went on a bit of an adventure to try to find an MMO I could play. And, you know, you wind up in, like, Lost Ark and shit like that, and Final Fantasy, whatever, 15, and it's all just that hyper-stylized... I think I've tried to play, like, Black Desert Online, and it's so hyper-stylized, and... would you like to have a D cup or a triple G cup? Like, what the fuck? It was madness.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Fair enough, fair enough. What am I putting my elbow in? Oh, it's a piece of dried paint. That's why it hurts. to forgive me. I have to pull this towards me quite a lot. Try to get a bridge crew together for Pulsar. I still would like to do that. It's a very fun idea, Vergata. Everybody manning a different bridge station. They called squirrel chicken of the tree. I thought those were just like pigeons. Or mourning doves. Those are chicken of the power lines. Oh, I appreciate the clarification. I'd hate to make that mistake more than once. Chicken of the public park. Alright, I gotta wrap this guy up. I'm spending too much time on him. But I decided to do his face and his hair today, so of course that would be the case. Oh, you're gonna have to find something I give more of a shit about, Heretic, to motivate me. I like the Christmas Jesus best. Newest Pokemon games have apparently been leaked. The pirates are now going wild, I assume. Oh my god, drama in the world of Pokemon. Stop the presses. I guess somebody probably will lose their job over that. I guess that's not funny. Marilyn, thank you for the reminder. Just gonna focus some highlights up toward the crown. Not going too crazy. Grab a little titanium white to finish that off, and the leather, and then I'm calling this guy done for the day. Oh, I haven't done his guns. Fuck him. I'll do the guns later. I want to start on the other model. Rocker Robo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Highlight the crown. Nice and proper like. Oh, yeah, probably. It's being done right now, I assume. If you're on the right spot online to catch it, it's happening this very moment. Alright, I'm gonna apply my own arm's length rule, and yeah, this'll do. This is working out pretty nice. I tell people to do that all the time, and then I don't do it myself. I'm so bad at taking my own advice. Painting Loki from MCP there for a local tournament on the 20th. Want to try a different list than my usual web warrior. So I haven't played any MCP tournaments, but I know that game is pretty damn tight. I couldn't tell you who would pair well with Loki. I've got fairly limited experience with competitive MCP, though I'm trying to get actually more into it because a friend of mine plays. And I'm at this point playing basically anything I can actually get games of. No, not... End of line. No, not the Master Control program, Valendar. Speaking of which, you know... Rest in peace, David Warner. That happened earlier this year. Oh, thank you so much for doing that, Aaron Heath. I'll get that pulled up a little bit later. We're going to be doing the Storm Report in about an hour and a half, by the way, if anybody wants to get some art in for that. Alright, let's do some quick highlights on the leather, and then let's call this guy done for the day. Oh, Merlin. Thank you. Dr. Rhino, I'm glad to hear that. I'd love to see the results. I always try to be honest with you, Rhino, and that one just hit me and I was like, ooh, that's a lot. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of OSL. Playing a Cabal list with Malekith as my leader, something more attrition, where web warriors are control-based. Yeah, I have played against Venom and Carnage a couple of times, and I noticed they like to... And, you know, it's one of the best things about MCP is that a lot of the abilities are really thematic and make a lot of sense. It's a well-put-together game. But I noticed, like, Venom and Carnage in particular just, like, put you... Well, I guess more Venom. He's really good at putting you where he wants you to be for follow-up nasty attacks from other heavy hitters. I have thoroughly enjoyed in that game playing with Baron Zemo. He's one of my personal favorites, but again, I'm not a competitive player, so I wouldn't be able to comment on his role in the meta currently. Different Cabal. Oh, Aaron Heath, you please do. It's perfectly fine in general. If you put it in the Storm Report, I'll have no problem showing it right here on the stream. I try to limit things that I show on the stream to things that get posted in the Storm Report just because it makes it easier on me to sort of just, you know, that way there, like, if there are no exceptions, then I never have to think about it. But please also keep it in general, because I'd like people to see it. Venom, Miles Morales, and Gwen are the main core of the Web Warriors. Baron Zemo is amazing for attrition lists. I'm using him in mind. Yeah, that makes sense. Because he's not gonna hit real hard, but I've noticed he can get in, hit, and then just fuck off to wherever the hell he wants to go, and he's real hard to chase down. I quite enjoyed playing with him. I definitely need to get more current with the meta, though. Like I said, my knowledge is woefully out of date. I haven't painted anything since the core box. I'd like to build a list around Ant-Man and the Wasp, but I need to do a little bit of reading and find out who they pair well with. Rocker Robo, thank you so much for those Bezos bucks. Thank you very much for the subscription. Thank you for your support. It is likely here in the near future. I have a few other projects to get done before I get back to it, but I have a stack of MCP that I want to get done before I take my next trip down to Texas so I can actually play with my buddies. So it's very likely you're going to see some Ant-Man and the Wasp getting painted here before long. Probably a Venom, too, because I have Venom and the Green Goblin assembled right now. Where is he? Where is he? Where did I put him? I swear he's on this shelf. Why do I have this shelf when I never know what's on it? What the hell's wrong with me? Where did I put Green Goblin? Now I'm worried, because like a moment ago, if you'd said, hey, Thunderhead, where's your Green Goblin model? Oh, I know exactly where it is. I guess I was full of shit. Oh, no, there he is. Yeah. These are the last two I built that I've been meaning to get to. And I'd like to get my hands on the new Iron Man and the new Spider-Man, because the core set ones left a lot to be desired, but these are really nice models, honestly. I have my complaints about the way Atomic Mass Gaming handles some of their pricing on their, like, optional terrain sets and whatnot. I don't think they're a good value, but I have a hard time arguing with the quality of their basic sculpts. I really do. Like, even if I'm not playing the game, I love this sculpt for Green Goblin. It is magnificent, with the pumpkin bomb coming out of his hand and everything, and the way he's connected to the base via the plume from his bat glider. Like, this is a great figure. And I've been meaning to get around to painting this one. I think the best figure I've done was MODOK, and I didn't paint it for myself, so I don't have it anymore. It was for my buddy Luke. It lives down in Florida now, but I don't know what I was channeling that day, but MODOK came out fucking amazing. And I am also quite a big fan of the Venom sculpt. He has so much personality, and he's so beefy, and I love that they made his tongue as long and crazy as it is. And credit to them, they include pretty good bases with their standard models. Like, you really don't have to go outside of the basic bases to have a pretty good look. I add some grit and, and whatnot, but other than that, big rippling symbiote muscles. Ant-Man and Wasp are good in lists with core Steve Rogers. Got a rework last year and is a really strong leader. I'll be interested to see that, because I played with the core set and I got kind of used to Steve Rogers, but he wasn't the most impressive at the time. He paired well with a number of different characters, obviously, but... Pardon me, I like my cannibalistic alien goo with big rippling muscles. There is a difference. Let's not mischaracterize me here. I've still got a Hulk I haven't built, but I spent a lot of time on the core set Iron Man, and the details on him were so fucking soft. He was such a pain in the ass. And then they go and release just a better Iron Man, and I'm like, oh, great. Oh, great, I get to do red non-metallic metal again. Joy. It's bullshit. Yeah, and, again, to their credit, the first few models they released are actually really good for a first offering. Obviously, they were industry professionals coming from other companies, so they had some idea what they were doing, but really very ambitious. The details were a bit soft, they didn't quite know what they were doing yet, and as they've refined it, they've made better and better models, and, I don't expect them to do anything but improve. In fact, if they stuck with that initial quality level, that would be a bigger problem than making nice new models now. And I appreciate that they went back and retouched and released new versions of those characters, given that they're some of the most popular characters in the Marvel Universe. You can't have Captain America, falling behind as other sculpts are better and better than he is. He's Captain fucking America. Everybody's gonna want to use him. No, I'm good, thank you. One thing I really like about MCP, again, I don't like the way AMG prices their terrain, and I wish that terrain were better integrated into the game in general. It seems like it's really an afterthought. It's a very tightly balanced game, and it's very built around just like two-dimensional movement, and terrain is like, it's there, but it might as well be a token. And then they turn around and they sell, like, a boring-ass apartment block for over $100, and it's just a square with bricks. I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And they'll sell you a Quinjet for like $120, and I'm like, you can literally get a toy Quinjet from Walmart with equivalent detail in the same scale for less than $20. I have no fucking idea why I would pay for the Quinjet that they sell for MCP. I'm gonna have to check that out. I haven't seen the World War II era Captain America sculpt. I enjoyed painting even the first Captain America that they did. I think out of that core box, I enjoyed painting most Captain America, Black Widow, and Crossbones. And Baron Zemo. I think my Zemo came out pretty good. Which I can't easily pull it up right now, but if you feel like going to my Instagram and scrolling back until you see MCP figures, I am quite proud of that MODOK. I don't have him. Again, that was for a friend. It's one of the better minis I've painted in acrylics in a while. And naturally, it was one that I gave away. That seems to keep happening to me. Alright. I think the only things I want to do left on this guy are touch up his, or actually paint, because I haven't done his guns at all. Throwing a little black down on there. Oh, I see a spot I missed. Let me do that real quick. Since I was just doing this color. So tired. So tired. How'd it go, Asri? Alright, so barring basically the guns and his knuckles, and maybe a couple of quick glaze passes to bring down the highlights on the leather, because I went really, really high with those. This is a high contrast paint job since I'm, going to be actually playing games with them. What do we think? Again, ignoring the fact that I haven't painted his guns at all, just the rest of them. How do we feel about this model, chat? cyberpunk guy. With robo arms and a couple of unpainted pistols. Oh, and I need to do his belt loop. You see, he has the orange belt loop on this side, and nothing on this side. Let me just do that really quick since I can, since I just noticed it. It's been a while since I've painted with acrylics, so I feel like I'm stretching some muscles I haven't in a little while. I actually got used to oils, which is a weird feeling. I'm just gonna hit that belt loop with orange real quick. It doesn't need to be complicated. And I think I might do one quick round of highlights on the orange with a yellow just to make it a little bit more interesting, but I'm not gonna do it right now. I should do that with probably white before I do orange, but oh well. Not wasting any more time. Oh, yeah, so when you make a post, it'll ask you to pick a tag. You do have to choose a tag for your post. Just choose miscellaneous/other. That should be an option. There we go. All better. Street punker cyber guy. I'll make some small adjustments later, but he's, I'd say, 95% there. Let's let him take a break, go to the sidelines, and we got about an hour to get started on our next cyberpunk dude. I really like how his color palette came out. He looks pretty good. He has the Kubrick yeah, he kind of does, doesn't he? Are we talking like the Frozen in the hedge maze stare? Look, his face is downcast. You're not gonna see his eyes most of the time. I'm fine with it. I don't want to spend any more time on his stupid face. Where the face is tilted down, the eyes are looking up, and he looks like a psychopath. You know what? He probably is a cyber psycho, so I'm just gonna say that that was on purpose. I'm not good at faces. I've never been good at faces. We're working on it. Thank you guys. I appreciate the kind words. Alright, we're gonna start on this guy now. So, generally, I'm thinking for him, sort of silver blue for the metallics on the arms, red for the underparts. And I'm thinking like a worn leather color for his coat overall, so warm for the most part. Maybe just like a cream color for the little padding in the interim, and that way I can go with cool colors, more steel for the eagle on his back. I thought with going brassy, but that's like too, you know, I've painted too many golden eagles in my time in mini painting. I want to do a silver eagle. So we're going to want a warm coat so that we can do a silver eagle. Same coloration for the most part on his other arm, which I think is just armored rather than being cybernetic. And that will want probably then blue pants and brown boots. And then maybe like a copper color for his, what appears to be a grenade launcher. And that's what I'm thinking. Well, that face was giant, so it was easy. It's probably the best face I've ever painted, and he looks like a total fucking freak. But thank you for saying so, Rocker Robo. I appreciate it. Shaking up my burnt red. It is Sunday. How you doing, Roland? Friend Tom Kubler just finished that sculpt, the one of Jack Nicholson frozen in the labyrinth for Del Toro. Wait, hold on. Are you saying that you have a friend who sculpted Jack Nicholson frozen in the garden from the Kubrick movie for Guillermo del Toro? Is that what you're saying? Or a different Del Toro. For Guillermo. Just like for his private collection, because no foolin', that's fucking awesome. Guillermo del Toro is like... There are very, very few celebrities on this planet that I would like straight up squeal like a little girl if I met them. Guillermo is one of them. That man is a fucking genius. And a true appreciator of art. The same art that I tend to like. We like the same things. Many of those things being demons and robots. His red is not dark enough. Burnt red is not dark enough for me. What do I want? Red leather? Deep red. That might be the one right there. It's kind of purplish. Dragon red. Every fucking color is called dragon something. Let's use it. I don't think I've used this one. Let's go with this dragon red. I don't think I've used it for anything. What's my alternative? Do I have a scale 75? Ooh, Bloodfest Crimson. That sounds promising. Let's do that. Not gonna lie, if I'd sculpted something for Guillermo del Toro, I'd work it into literally every conversation. Yeah, I'm the same way. If Guillermo del Toro bought like a fucking bag of Doritos from me when I was working at a food truck, I would tell that story for the rest of my life. That would be the Dorito del Toro story, and it would define me as a person. Google Kubler Frozen Jack Shining. If someone does Google that before I do, would you post it in the general of my Discord for me so I can look at it? Because that's, like, genuinely really fucking cool, man. Yeah, Bloodfest Crimson, that's what I'm looking for. This is the one. Let's thin it a little bit. It's a little purpley. Yeah. Thank you, Valendar. I appreciate that. Oh, please feel free to, Mike May. We'd certainly love to see some of your work. We're big on sharing. Where did I just put that button? There it is. Robin Williams at a friendly local game store in Monterey, California in 1993. I missed that by a few years. 10 years later, and I would have been there. Damn it. Now, I've heard that Robin Williams was a 40K fan in his day. Rumor was that he had an Eldar army. I've heard various unconfirmed reports of this from a series of different people. He and Billy Crystal both, man, imagine those games. Unable to accept invite. It should be working. I thought I fixed that earlier. Can anyone confirm whether the Discord link is working or not? If it's not working, when someone would just grab an invite from the actual Discord and post it, I'd appreciate that. Oh, okay, excellent. Because I thought I fixed it. I'm glad to hear that I wasn't totally mistaken. You caddied for Mikhail Gorbachev? What? What's this? What? Roland, how old are you? I'm kidding. I'm just fucking with you. Vergaderung, thank you so much for being here. I wanted to start a little bit early. I did think about you. Verg. Thought if I start early, Verg might actually be able to pop in. It's good to know that I was right. You toddle on off to work. You do your job, your so-called adult employment. By which, of course, I mean I assume we'll probably see you in a few minutes when you jump on your work computer. Plank Walker, welcome in. Good to see you. I do like this Bloodfest Crimson. This is like the perfect color for what I'm trying to do here. Now his other arm I don't think is cybernetic, but I'm just going to say that the undersuit that he wears beneath the armor is going to be done in this same like red rubberized coating to match his cybernetic arm. Same goes for the glove that he's gonna wear. About 1 hour, Valandar, you smartass. Speaking of which, here in a moment I am going to take a short break to stretch my legs, make sure that the blood flow isn't being completely cut off, and I'll be back in no time. Let's pick a nice base color for our jacket. I'm thinking mahogany. Nice, rich, dark color I can build up into kind of a tan. We got a bunch of comedians in this chat. That's great. Mid-1990s, caddied a place called Cape Arundel Golf Course in Kennebec, Maine. Both Presidents Bush, wow, that's some good grammar, were there as frequent guests, often entertained other world leaders. No shit. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, Mike May, thank you for doing that, man. What is this song? It's like someone farting into a synthesizer. What models minutes are you painting? Ones I've seen you painting look really cool. Oh, so these are 3D prints. These last two I've been working on are from a guy online called Cyberforge Studios. The bases are actually my own design and printed. And I'm putting these together for the game Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone, which has its own minis, but I'm proxying everything because those minis haven't actually released yet. I do love 3D printing, though. I 3D print most of my own stuff these days. Awesome, Mike. Thank you for that. Hans Zimmer branching out into synthwave. Oh, Roland. You complete me, buddy. You complain just like I do. Yeah, we're big into 3D printing around these parts. I produce a lot of files for 3D printing purposes also. And I think I'm going to do the same color for his booty boots. On the shoulder, Riot Sister, is that what you mean? Yeah, that is a color called Bloodfest Crimson. You have to say it like that. I'm contractually obligated. Bloodfest Crimson. Is he wearing boots, or is he wearing shoes and his pants are pulled all the way down over them? Those look like the cuffs of his pants. He's dressed like a nerd. I mean, at least they're not tucked into his shoes. I just realized that those cuffs are probably on his pants and not on his boots. Are they? Yeah, I think they're rolled cuffs. What a dork. Oh my god. I mean, okay. I was just assuming he had a sweet pair of boots on. I was giving him way more credit than he deserved. Apparently. I'm gonna think about the color of his pants more before I go and actually put anything on there. Work up a little burnt red before I take my little break here. Boots with built-in pants. Oh, they're just, it's like a onesie. He just pulls it right on. It's a good look. I can't judge. I wore full Ren Fair garb to a GT today. You can judge. That's stylish. Come on. You gotta know your audience. That seems perfectly appropriate. Oh, my paints were tucked into my boots. I was like that. Yeah, I assume you meant pants, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, I'm imagining you show up dressed like a pirate, and you got like a bandolier, and instead of pistol shot, it's just like Reaper paints. Instead of a brace of pistols, you got like a brace of air guns. Airbrushes, rather, not air guns. What am I saying? Holdout pot. Just a little guy. Elmer's glue stick, or my personal go-to is Aquanet hairspray. I had to look over at the fucking can of it, because it's the only thing I use Aquanet for. But Aquanet works really, really well. And it's easier to apply, in my opinion. Oh, this hobby. Event was held at a dying dirt mall in a huge empty storefront. Yeah, a lot of them are like that these days. It's kind of weird. Walked around the mall for 2 days. No one said a word to me dressed up like a Ren Fair pirate till the very end. Some historical wargamers called me out for being a huge fucking nerd. Who the hell did... I'm sorry. Historical wargamers calling out anybody for being a huge fucking nerd? Did you ask them how long they spent getting precisely the right color of khaki for their fucking Japanese infantrymen? That's ridiculous. Even Warhammer 40k players look down on historical wargamers. I guess let them get their shots in. You know what? Here's the thing, though, Asri. Let them have that one, because I promise you, they needed the boost to their ego more than you did on that day. Like, anything they can get, you know? Riot Sister called it a Merlot, and that's all I can think of this color as now. Alright, folks, I'm gonna take a short break. I need to stretch my legs, get the blood pumping a little bit, get myself a little something more to drink. Maybe do some unspeakable things. In the little boy's room? That's really none of your business, though. I don't even know why you would ask. That's strange. Make sure my brush is nice and clean before I do. Excellent. I will be back in just a few, and we'll have a little bit more painting to do before we roll right on into the storm report. Another glance at our work from last time. I haven't done his guns yet, but I'm calling the rest of this done, including his goofy-ass face. Either way, this is a good start for the Cyberpunk figures. When I do my arm's length test, yeah, I dig it. He gets the message across. All right, folks, I will see you in just a few. Don't go anywhere. Oh, it's always listening, Shock. It's always listening. Oh my god, we got raided by Casual Robot and Techno Sugar. I'm sorry I wasn't here, folks. Trimit J, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Bear with me for just 1 second. I need to, something was supposed to be delivered yesterday and then today. And I'm trying to figure out why it wasn't, so bear with me for a second. I could do this later, but I'm angry, and I want to look at it right now. So that's what I'm gonna do. Grab my tracking ID. Make sure I'm not. I don't have my phone screen on the. Okay, good. I've made that mistake before. UPS tracking. Why do I get more reliable service from USPS than I do from UPS? Doesn't make any sense. That shouldn't be how it goes. I just found out today I'm actually doing something for Thanksgiving, which is nice. We had a Friendsgiving last year, and we're gonna have another one this year with my buddy Hethrier. Please connect to the right network. I have 2 networks on my property, so anytime I walk outside, I disconnect from my house network and I connect to the outdoor network, and it never switches back, even though it's supposed to. You do, Techno Sugar. We love seeing your work. Casual Robot, if you're still here, again, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you raided in. I hope you had a good stream. What were you working on? Come on. Fucking load, will ya? What is your problem? Testing the new Too Thin Coats line for an Emperor's Children project. How are you liking those paints? Those are the, I mean, obviously, yeah, those are the Duncan Rhodes paints. How are they? How would you compare them to... I consider the sort of yardstick for mini paints to be like Reaper. Like, Reaper paints are sort of just like middle of the road for me. So I try to compare everything to that. Okay, track a package. Give me my models, you son of a bitch, UPS. Estimated delivery tomorrow. Yeah, you've said that like 3 days in a row. I guess there's nothing I can do about it right now. Few details. Shipment progress. You've just been full of shit for days. Alright, well, I'll deal with that later. Emperor's Children project. Are you doing like some 30k Legionnaires? Or are we talking like Chaos 40k Emperor's Children? I've personally always been a fan of their gaudiest paint scheme from 40k, the like bright pink and black. It hurts the eyes to look at. Not impressed with the silver metallics. And again, there isn't a better metallic line than Vallejo Metal Color. Have you tried, First of all, I've actually had some pretty good results from, of all sources, Army Painter metallics. And I'm not like a big fan of Army Painter paints in general. I find them inconsistent, but their metallics have been consistently really good. I was going to ask about that, Asri. Have you tried the Monument Hobbies Pro Acryl metallics? I don't have any of them myself, but I have just placed an order with Steel Warrior Studios. I've got a bunch of other Pro Acryl paints that I've been using. I just placed an order with Steel Warrior Studios to get some of their metallics, and I was going to give them a try in the next month or so. I've heard good things. I've heard very good things about both their metallics and their metallic medium. 30k Emperor's Children. Alright, so you're Legionnaires. I can dig it. I've always liked the Emperor's Children. I realize, trying to come up with favorite 40k factions, I have far more favorite Chaos Legions than I do Space Marine chapters. Which is surprising to me, at least, because I've mostly played Space Marines over the course of my 40k career, but for whatever reason, I like the Chaos guys' flavor more. Nothing will move me from Vallejo metal color. I appreciate your loyalty. I appreciate your steadfastness. I have used Vallejo Model Air metallics quite a lot. In fact, I've still got a bunch of them up here. Yeah. Vallejo Model Air. I just like the air ones even to apply with a brush just because they are naturally so thin. They have a great finish on them, though. Alright, let's work a little bit more on this red before we're going to have to call it for the night. And for that, I'm going to grab my Bold Pyrrole red. That is a favorite. That much difference. That is surprising to hear, Valandar. Lately I've been veering over into using metallic oils, which is just a whole other realm of fun. Like I said, though, I've had surprisingly good results from Army Painter, and I say surprising because I've used a lot of Army Painter. I really quite like their shades, their wash line. I found their standard paints to be very inconsistent, which is honestly like kind of one of the worst things you can be. Is inconsistent. Whatever your paint line is, whatever your properties are, it really benefits anyone manufacturing paint to make sure that each batch is coming out the same, that people can rely on them to be, you know, how they found them in the first place. But for whatever reason, their metallics are surprisingly nice. Yeah, I agree. Their washes are fantastic. Almost everything else I kind of ignore. No luck with their metals, really. Looking forward to doing oil washes. It's a game changer. It is a game changer. Once you get used to it, it's absolutely fantastic. You'll love it. Troll Trader Kickstarter paints. I'm not familiar with this Kickstarter. Well, we all had to start somewhere, Valandar. 30K Project will be the leap forward in that regard. Hell yeah, that sounds downright exciting. Do you have any work that you would care to share? Casual Robot, we're going to be launching into our art share segment called the Storm Report here in just about 15 minutes. If you felt like posting something to the Discord, I'd be happy to show it off for you. Well, it doesn't need to be anything finished. But of course, if you care to reserve for being further along in the project, I understand that too. Do you have a Fulgrim Primarch to do up? Because Forge World has a Fulgrim, don't they? I admit I haven't paid attention to anything Forge World has released in a long time. Oh my god. Stila Rebel. I thought I told you this here Twitch wasn't big enough for the two of us. But now I see you just strolling in like you own the damn place. Yet again, Stila Rebel, how are you doing tonight? It is, isn't it? I haven't used it for a while, Leaf, but it's remarkably satisfying to lay down. How you doing, Leaf Painting? You have a Fulgrim? Nice. When are we gonna get Demon Prince Fulgrim? That's my question. I want full-on, like, four-armed Snake Man Fulgrim. Sleepy, sleepy. Hopefully you got some coffee. Hopefully you've got some coffee at an absolute minimum. I wouldn't want you here if you weren't at least enjoying some of them sweet beans. It's always wonderful to have you stop in, Stila. Great to see you. I hope things have been going well for you. Hope life has been treating you well. I hope you've been the good kind of busy. I mean, please feel free, Casual Robot. If anyone would like to post anything to the Storm Report, if you'd like to go ahead and show off some of your work, because I'll tell people over and over and over, you are your own worst critic, and people usually take that to mean, you're harshest on yourself. While that is generally true, I really mean it more as in you're kind of uniquely unqualified to judge your own work, at least most of us are. There are very few people that aren't longtime artists who can really objectively judge their own work, and it can really help to get that outside perspective. So I encourage everyone. I encourage everyone to share their work, particularly if you're trying to advance as an artist. And whether it is finished and you just want to show it off, whether it's a work in progress and you want some advice, whether you painted it recently, whether you painted it years ago and it's still your favorite, whatever it is, we'd love to see it. And we will show it off right here on the stream in just about 12 minutes. And if you'd like to post to the Storm Report, it's super easy to participate in. All you gotta do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can get a link to by hitting !Discord in chat. Find the channel marked The Storm Report, jump in there, start a thread, post one picture of your work for us to take a look at, give it a tag, let us know how you want us to address it, whether you're just showing off for the showcase, whether it's a work in progress and you want a little bit of critique, advice, whatever it might be. And we will show it, and we will do what we can to help you out, or just marvel at your magnificence, whichever you choose. We have some people who post who are so much more talented than me, it's frankly absurd. Mike May, if you want to do me a favor, if you'd like us to show it, would you go ahead and put it into the Storm Report channel? You're welcome to put it in general as well, but we'll be able to show it if it's in the Storm Report channel. Stila, how have you been? How's life? Any big changes? Any big developments? I'd love to hear them. One of my favorite painters on Twitch that lately, of course, has been busy with life. I understand it wounds me, and yet I still understand. things settle down for you, Steela, I would love for us to arrange another dual stream sometime. I have thoroughly enjoyed our partner painting sessions in the past. Oh, Greyhaim, thank you for the reminder. Thank you for reminding me that I have water. Okay. Oh, please do. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything so far that anybody's painted with too thin coats. I'm sure they'll start popping up more. But I'm curious to hear about your results. So I love that I'm sitting here painting red, and leaf painting comes in and it's just like, oh, I know what red he's using. Oh, I know. Fucking calls it out. Yes, 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 it is the casual robot. Oh, you can see the bottle. Oh, damn it! I wasn't trying to hide them, but now I'm gonna. There, now no one can tell. You didn't have to tell me that. You could have just been like, yeah, I'm that good. I would have believed it. You sold yourself out, Leaf. See the bottles next to the... Oh! My camera got moved. That's not my fault. Guy can't even trick his audience anymore. What is the world coming to? That would have been a whole, like, painter drama thing. Thomas Leaf claims to have paint detection skills. Is caught out as a liar. Boycott Leaf painting. Would have been a whole thing. You're probably right. It's probably best to just avoid that. It is one of the best reds I've ever used as far as just, like, achieving fantastic coverage with very little effort. It's very difficult to argue with how well it covers and how vibrant it is. Other reds are usually more of a challenge. What lens am I using on my camera? It's literally the one that came with the camera, and I'd have to check the stats on it because I haven't thought about it in a while. You know what that means, Steela? I mean, it means you're just gonna have to message me on Discord after the stream. I mean, shit. I know that is like a major inconvenience, but you might just have to bite that bullet. Yeah, pretty much all of the reds that I've used from Monument are top-notch. Really, I can't think of any paints I've used from Monument that I haven't liked quite a lot. I'm trying some of their metallics here in the near future since I'm working with acrylics right now. There's an amazingly bright red by Reaper that is more opaque than Mephiston red, but is no longer made. The original version of Holly Berry Red from their holiday colors. Really? I would tend to agree with that. Also, I have found, Leaf, that I think that Pro Acryl is like... I don't know that I've ever had a paint that dry brushes as well as it does right out of the bottle. And it's hard to say exactly what property it is that makes it work so well, but when I'm dry brushing, it's pretty much my go-to. Yeah, I don't know what their medium is, but it is fucking phenomenal. Leaf says it's the medium, Vergaderung says it's the pigment. I say it's the magic spell they cast when they bottle their paint. Who's right? Well, that's up to you to decide, dear viewer. Alright, I'm going to throw down a quick base coat for the deep blue metallics. Before we roll into the storm report, just using this blue-black here. Yeah, I wind up using a lot from different people, honestly, Leaf. And right now I'm kind of trying to use up my old stock of Reaper and some Army Painter and stuff that I don't necessarily want to pass on to anybody, so that I can make more room for some of the newer stuff from Rainy River Designs and more Pro Acryl bottles. Because our mods, Kursala and Data Nerd, have been formulating some of their own paints over the last year or so, and getting better and better at it. And it's a process that, despite the number of paints that I use, I don't really know that much about it. It's just not something I've learned. But I know a decent amount about the end product, so I like to use and advise where I am able to. Oh boy, enjoy those ads. It's the LSD for the brush liquor. Yeah, that explains it. That's why everyone likes it so much. Pro Acryl paint. It's a trip. Are they formulated specifically for brush painting? Old Manchu Warrior, I mean, I would assume so. That is their primary audience, their primary purpose. They very much cater to the mini painting crowd. I don't know if they have any that are specifically made for the airbrush yet, that are pre-thin, but I don't even think that they would need to do that, because they, you can, like, one of the nice things about it is that they thin so easily. If I was going to run this through an airbrush, which I have a number of times, I just thin it myself. Hooah! Wait, is that a hooah or is that a hoo? These are two very different things, Sarge says. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Some speed paints made it into my house, but I haven't had a chance to try them yet. I'll be interested to see what you think, Steel Rebel. It's a very different style from what you usually do. I don't see you exactly falling in love with speed paints. when you have so much experience and so much talent with oils, but I'll be curious to hear your opinion regardless. Thought this was a non-hua zone. Was in the cab, so it's a hua. I gotcha. So I'm the only hua here. All right, fine. See how it is. I was just a dirty, stinking leg. I like the inarticulate hua. It's a very useful word. It can mean almost anything. It can be an affirmation. It can be a generalized response. It can be positive or negative, depending on how you say it. It can be an adjective. It can be a verb. It's incredibly potent. Oh, 11 bang bang, brother. That was a fucking 98 Golf. I don't know what that would be now. We're changing the MOSs, it seems like, every other year back then. I got to miss the patrol caps entirely. I was one of those poor bastards they made wear the fucking berets. And yeah, that is self-pity you hear in my voice, because that sucked. '86 through '97, before my time. Oh god. Oh god, the chat has just turned into fucking Veteran Recap Central. What have I done? It's not too surprising. There are a lot of veterans who play tabletop games and paint minis. By tabletop games, I mostly mean 40k, and mostly because, well, it's easy to find games of 40k wherever you go. When you're asked to change duty stations that often, you kind of got to go with what people are playing. We're going to be just a tad late for the storm report. I just want to finish getting these plates based, and then we're gonna roll on over into it and switch gears. So if you want to get your post in, you still got probably just a couple minutes. Yeah, they made everybody wear berets when I was in. We all had those stupid black wool berets, and we felt like idiots. We got out of basic and they gave us berets, and we're like, wait, what, didn't this used to mean something? Everybody else got to wear patrol caps, and we had those stupid, hot pieces of crap clinging to our scalps. And then I get out, and just like a few years later, suddenly everybody's back in patrol caps. It's like they did it just for me. I'm still quite resentful over that. I mean, at least we got the easy boots that we didn't have to polish. We had the suede boots you just had to brush. I'd count old Avalon Hill games. Yeah, no, that's in the realm. It's true, Merlin. You tried. I appreciate that. Speaking of which, what's the current latest book from Gaunt's Ghost? Is it the Anarch still? The Anarch or the War Master? Which one of those is current? Or is there another? Because I'm like eager to get past the last few developments in Gaunt's Ghost, because I really didn't like them. But I don't pay any attention to the Black Library release schedule, so he could have released the new book and I would have no idea. Could I check this myself online in a few minutes? I mean, yeah, sure I could, but, you know, I'm asking you instead. Book 15 is Anarch, and 14 is the War Master. Okay, I couldn't remember what order those ones happened in. I remember vaguely what happened in them. Yeah, Studio J7 is a good follow regardless. He's a fantastic streamer. He's actually one of the guys that got me started. I really like his work a lot. He's a good dude. He has a great community. Alright, that's enough on this guy for tonight. We have the start of his color scheme, and that's why I wanted to get this blue-black down, is so that you can sort of see the red starting to pop out, since we got that pretty well done. But we're going to build this up into sort of a dark metallic sheen over the, like, red corded hydraulics beneath. I think this is going to look pretty cool for the final model. His other arm, I'm pretty sure this other arm is not cybernetic. I think this is just armor over a regular arm, and this arm is the fully cybernetic one. Just making sure my base coat's nice and even. And we can get to work chroming this bad boy up. Chroming up this chumbata. Well, no, that'd be feminine. Oh, whoopsies. I'm sorry. Though I don't know. You know, in Night City you can do whatever you want. He could be a lady. Clean my brush a little bit here, and we'll go ahead and switch over and see what people have been posting. What do you say? This is where we are with our Cyberpunk gang so far. Trying to keep the colors fairly vibrant and the paint jobs from taking too terribly long. I'll probably dull down the leather on our first guy a little bit with a little wash at some point, and I need to do up his guns, but other than that, he is just about where I want him to be. I really do like that gaudy color combination, the orange and teal. It's kind of make your eyes bleed a little bit. I think his cyber arms came out well for the mostly skin-colored panels with the dark lines between and the little bits of mechanical bullshit in his biceps and elbow. I think that looks really nice. These sculpts from Cyberforge are very high quality and remarkably easy to paint. Close up my wet palette so I'm not jabbing my elbow into paint or nothing crazy like that. Been modeling for about 50 years. Started streaming your builds last Tuesday. Right here on Twitch. Old Manchu. Go ahead and drop you a follow real quick. Yeah. His target's probably pretty close. I give him the benefit of the doubt, though, because with cybernetic arms and those guns, he probably has, you know, real-time aiming data being fed from sensors in the guns directly into his cybernetic eyes through his arms. Whatever he's aiming at, I'm sure he's aiming at it very fucking well. They don't, like, the guns literally don't have sights on them because they, like, probably wouldn't need them. Okay, that's good. Set that aside. Give that a good cleaning later. Let me do a little bit of paint shifting here. I have this bad habit as I paint. Like, as I paint, I should put the paint back where it goes, but I don't. I just, like, I squeeze the paint out, and my hand moves to the side, and I just sort of drop it wherever I find open space. The first open space I find, that's where the bottle goes. It's a bad habit. And then I get to wonder where the hell I put it next time I need it. Alright. Let me go ahead and get this pulled up right quick. And we can go ahead and get started. 23, holy shit. Oh, there is a post or two tonight, apparently. Oh, good God. Make sure it's opening in the right window. It appears to be. Bing, bang, boom. Let's make this happen.
All right, locusts and gentlemen.
Why does this button work and the other ones don't? I have no idea.
Glore paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Okie dokie. That's probably smart, Warrior. Yeah, as soon as you make something like that into a job, it stops being fun. I had a brief moment where I was starting to make painting into a job, and I enjoyed it less. And I sort of shifted focus, and I made 3D modeling into more of a job, and painting into more fun, and it works much better. Well, it's not, though, for Godarung. It's the exact same command in the Stream Deck that activates Riot Sisters audio before it then switches the scenes. And then that command trying to activate other audio or video clips just doesn't work. I know I've said it before, I'm gonna have to just redo all of them. The problem is it's like fucking 30 commands. And I'm lazy as hell. That fundamentally is my problem. Here we have up first from Mafik, Forbidden Knowledge. O Forsaken One, please give me your knowledge, as I who want to know behind those grimoires. What the fuck is happening? Oh, we got like we're rocking some pretty sweet runes on this. Oh, and the ancient one just no. Our little knowledge seeker here is being quite patently denied with a monosyllabic response from the heart of the Stygian nightmare who bears these secrets. How disappointing. No. I like it. The only one we can see the spine reads, comic. Yeah, it kind of does. This is, well, okay, this is the third and the fourth volumes in something. God only knows. Dad jokes? Is that what it says? Dad jokes 4? Oh, that's ridiculous. How many people out here are just able to casually read, like, Futhark runes? That's ridiculous. What was my job in the army? I was an Arabic linguist and SIGINT. And yeah, I got to rock the black beret. That was such a good time. But literally everybody wore the black beret and those awful garbage bag ACUs. The other one is Monster Girls 3. So there's at least a Monster Girls 1 and 2. I'd imagine there's a dad jokes at least up through like 10 or 20. No. It's like the ending of System Shock 2. Join me. Become a god alongside me, hacker. Nah. I knew there was porn here. The Futhark runes come in handy. The Futhark runes have come in handy literally this one time, Grey Mail. This single, solitary moment. Don't pretend like this happens all the time. I don't believe you. You can't pull one over on me. Because that's nonsense. Mafik, thank you for sharing with us tonight, man. Alright. We got a little bit of business here from Orbital Friendship Canon. Nemesis Painting. Oh my lord. I've seen these sculpts before. Who does these? Yeah, they're called the Nemesis. I swear I knew who did these. Because they're 3D prints. I painted these for a friend in exchange for some glass display cabinets. The only kind of commission work I'll ever do. That's actually a pretty sweet deal. Let's jump into some of these here close-ups. Ooh, I like all the goo work. All the dripping blood and the dripping slime from the mandibles. That's a particularly nice touch. Something just slammed on the floor somewhere in the house with extreme force. Hang on, I'm gonna check on that. I'm gonna check on that real quick, folks. Give me just a moment. Thankfully, nothing concerning. Let's continue. Nemesis the board game. That's what it is. Yeah. It's crossed my feed just a couple of times. They're, you know, distinctly a cross between, like, you know, Ridley Scott Aliens and pseudo-necrons, like with the blades coming up over their shoulders and the extra arms and everything. Legally distinct xenomorphs, thank you very much. And then some Space Marine-y guys. Some little swarms of what I assume are face-hugger-esque, overly amorous, throat-penetrating, horrible things. We got a guy in like a wheelchair down here. Really neat paint jobs. I like the color shift on there. Let me get the other one pulled up. Take a look at our human crew. Really nice work on these guys. You did better eyes than I did tonight. I can't believe how long. I should never paint eyes when I'm on stream. I swear to God, I do so much better of a job when I'm not, like, looking at the camera and shit. It's ridiculous. I like this guy over here who has the equivalent of the Alien's smart gun. I really dig the, like, super high collar bubble helmet. That's a neat look, and I like the slight OSL you have coming off of it, the little scratches on it to give it texture. Same thing for our faceplate over here. There's a little bit of texture on the blue glass. Got in here with some good details. I like the weathering on the bases, the hazard striping on the cables. Bright green hair for our punky marine chick over here. All in all, a really cool set of minis, and if you got some glass display cabinets for this, I mean, shit, good trade on both counts. So much goo. So much goo. Ooh, schmucks, it did. I think that this is the Nemesis is the name of the board game. Merlin models. And again, this one has crossed my feed a couple of times, but I've never really looked closely at the actual rules of it. I'm just familiar with some of the designs. I really do like the color shift. That came out really, really nice. Very cool. Nicely done, Orbital Friendship Cannon. I'm glad to see some of your work on here. Old Manchu Warrior, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's see what we've got up next from the Happy Heretic. It looks like more Votan. The latest Votan to join the Trans-Hyperion Alliance. Actually had the same idea that Thunderhead mentioned last stream with adding a bit of blue to the armor. Excuse me. I figured the various screens and buttons were a good place to do that. Really does make things pop a bit more and add some interest to the mini overall. Need to avoid doing base rims when I'm tired as shit though, because these came out a bit messy. A little bit. You can fix that up though. If it bothers you, that's a pretty easy fix to manage. But yeah, I usually do base rims last, and you do have to be kind of careful not to slop it over onto. If you don't have a little square divide between your base texture and the rim, which I do put into all my 3D printed ones, but obviously it's harder to get when you're texturing the bases yourself, then it's pretty easy to slop that. Hey, what's up, Supernaut? It's good to see you, man. And yeah, the blue helps so much. Even just a little bit right there, a little bit here on the visor, on the screens, absolutely helps a lot. I would again encourage you to consider bringing the blue into the collars. It looks like all the suits have a raised collar around the helmet. That would be a good location for a really deep dark blue, or alternatively for the tan. I don't want to paint your models for you. These look fucking fantastic, and you're really refining the method that you're using to get them well. I'm just saying, I feel like that's the spot. That's the spot that's begging for it most of the time. The visors actually look really good in that. I dig that. Middle one's helmet kind of looking like Juggernaut, yeah, with it looks like he has little cheek plates even, doesn't he? I think it's just supposed to be snapped up, but it looks like he has little Juggernaut-y cheek plates. Alright, let me see here. Yeah, this scheme for the... I don't know all the factions for Votan. I don't know any of their lore at this point, but I keep seeing the Trans-Hyperion Alliance thrown around. I'm guessing that's just the orange ones that I keep seeing. Oh, up next we have from Punished Fink working on a little bit of Battletech. Ooh la la. Did these up for my game this Sunday. Did these up in about 4 or so days using the airbrush. Really helped getting these done. Grass will be added later as I need to order them from the guy Vergata Rung suggested. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. Loving the Jenner in there. He's one of my favorites. These new CGL sculpts really are fucking nice. Is that we have both the Axeman and the Hatchetman, and then a Jenner who's SRMs and MLAs, and then you got like a Victor in there. This is a fucking mean ass mauler of a lance right here. This is some close range fucking fury. With a little turret that can run around behind and hit rear armor. Jesus Christ. I would shoot this from long range. I really, really like this work you've done here, Fink. On the visor. Really nice job with the green to yellow transition and the little scratches in there. You don't have a lot of space to work with the visor on the Victor, but you've actually really let that pop out well. I mean, you don't have much to work with on any of these, but you did a particularly good job on the Victor. I like the color scheme. I like the marking you've chosen for the front facing. Yeah, you don't want to see these guys within 4 hexes. You're in some fucking trouble. Game actually happened today. How did it go? Hopefully you didn't just eat PPCs before you got into range. It could possibly happen. It could. Yes, we do have a Discord, as a matter of fact, Manchu Warrior, if you feel like jumping in. Don't leave us hanging. I want to know how the game went, my man. Really nice job on these, though. I'll be interested to see what the grass changes as far as the color scheme goes. You might consider spending a little bit more time on the canopy glass for our Jenner here, doing what you did with the Victor. I don't think you could pull the same off for the Hatchetman and the Axeman. I like the camo. I think that works really, really well. That's well executed. Probably the only thing that I would change here is coming in and enhancing the canopy effect on the Jenner. Other than that, I'm loving it. I like the really bright yellow on the base to contrast against the red. I think that works magnificently. I think like some green grass, not a lot of it too. I wouldn't overdo it, but some green grass would help to bring out. It would echo the green from the canopies, and it would also complement the red on the mechs really well. Trader Legions, how you doing? Crocodile, thank you so much for the raid, my man. Have we ever gotten to... No, we've been raided by Crocodile like one time previously. Our schedules line up so fucking rarely, and I know, Crocodile, that you don't get as much time to stream or paint. You don't get as much time as you would like, so it is always a joy when I get to see you online, man. How are things? I hope work has been going well. I hope painting has been going well. I hope what streaming you've been able to do has been going well. What were you working on tonight? And thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people over. And River Sticks Art, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. The Jenner under glass is the yellow jeweling. It seems much more pronounced on the Victor. Seems much more pronounced on the Victor. I think if you did whatever it is you did on the Victor on the Jenner, just a little more enhancement, it would really pop nicely. Gotta get some Battletech sometime. These minis are really cool. You know, Leaf? You know, Leaf, I've sculpted a few of my own mechs. I'm just saying, you could paint those. And, you know, that's an option. It's something to think about, you know? The yellow underglow on the Victor, that's what gets it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's that extra bit of yellow next to the green that helps everything pop and really makes it stand out from the red. Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep going here. Here we have from Gray Mail. Oh, just as requested. Just as requested. It is done. Finally have my Sorceress and her Thrall finished up and on the base. Cut some grass tufts down smaller and glued them in spots around the base. Went with some warmer brown highlights on the bird and a yellow beak to help distinguish it from the hair based on the comments from last time. Think I'm happy with how things turned out, but I'm always happy to hear feedback. Let's have a little look, why don't we? Oh look, it's a bot! Hooray! If I had another light, would help show what I was talking about. You know, I always try to keep that in mind, Punished Fink. Taking pictures of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. Wait, how can I... Where's... I know I have the ability. I guess I don't. I guess I don't in OBS. Hang on. How do I use mod... I never have to use my own mod tools. This is pathetic. Hold on. Hold on, we're working on it. There it is. There it is. Ban. Oh my god. I just moderated my own channel. It's amazing. I'm so talented. It really is. I mean, yeah, shit, you know that, Leaf. You've had to put in some effort on your part to take good photos of that big fucking Gazgul Thraka you did recently. Tried posting a whip in the Discord, wouldn't let you. Which channel were you trying? Warrior. I don't have a keyboard here. I don't even usually have my own mod tools open. I probably shouldn't tell people that. Doing great getting back into my Slaanesh army for Age of Sigmar. Also dabbling in Infinity lately too. That's funny. I have been... I think dabbling is the right phrase. I have also been dabbling in Infinity lately. Okay, I love what you did with the Raven. Yes, I confess I had my doubts, but I love what you did with the Raven. That looks wonderful. That bright yellow on the beak. It's a little cartoony, but so is the rest of the figure, and it really goes well together. Has a lot of character. Let's get a look at it from behind here. I continue to really like the color scheme you have for the Sorceress's robes. New job is much more flexible. Just happened to have some really big video games to get through, and they got absolutely demolished by this year's flu. It took over a month to recover. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, I'm glad that you recovered, but that sounds like that was a rough fucking month. Yikes. Either way, man, it's good to have you back. It's always wonderful to see you on Twitch, and again, dude, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you thinking of me. This is some lovely, just lovely work. Everything here it stands out so well. There's so much vibrancy, there is a good amount of contrast, there's a lot of interest. I really like the work you did on the Sorceress. Like I said, I had my concerns about the Raven, but you went with kind of a warmish gray and then that beak. Like I said, it's very cartoonish, but the whole sculpt is, and I think it goes with the style excellently. I don't want to critique this. I don't want to critique this model. I don't want to... I think that this is a damn good-looking figure, particularly now that both are based next to one another. They've got really good complementary color schemes with the red hair and the blue hair, the green skin and the pink skin. Like, everything goes together beautifully. The addition of the grass is just icing on the cake. You tried posting in the STL section and it didn't work. I'm not sure why that happened to you, Warrior, but I tell you what, after the stream, I will make sure that I take a look over there. I'll check your tags on the Discord and make sure that you're able to post. I do apologize for that. Sometimes people don't get tags for a little bit because the bot takes a minute to catch up, and it might not let you post immediately. But I'll check that out and make sure that gets sorted. Have an eye-hand deficiency that I won't ever overcome. Just the nature of the beast, so I do what I can. But a man can dream. Asri, there are a lot of techniques. There are a lot of techniques you can do to still paint some damn good-looking models without having to have quite so precise brush control, but I'm sure you're on top of that. Tried doing some color wheel thinking this time instead of just randomly picking colors. It makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Having a color wheel, knowing how to navigate it, and knowing just some basic rules, how to pick triads, how to pick complementary colors, it makes such a huge difference when it comes to picking a color scheme that's going to really visually pop. And this pops wonderfully. This is awesome. What are you going to wind up using this for? Is this for like D&D? Is this for Frostgrave? Is it a gift? This is a fucking really nice work. I like it. I like it, Greymail. And I'm really happy that we were able to give you some advice that actually helped you get to the finish line on this one. Oh, nice, Valendar. Yeah, just make it up as you go. The Vergaderung method, we call it. Let's see what we got here from Shock21. Excuse me. Used to think the rebels were the faction that respected diversity, but this squad, all the humans got helmets and the Duro has to go without. I'm a little disappointed in the alliance. Look, they got, like, they had one fucking crate of helmets that they picked up from... Who makes weapons and armor in the Star Wars universe? Like Merson? They stole a couple of crates from Merson. It was a one-size-fits-all helmet. Duro's skulls are like 9 feet wide. It's not their fault, okay? New for me in this squad is doing a lot of faces and trying a couple of different skin tones. I think they came out okay. I'm most happy with the beard on the far right guy and the Duros in general. Probably could have done a better job on the eyes and I feel you on that one, Shock. I'm so bad at that. Don't feel bad. All these guys have visors. You don't have to paint the eyes at all. Literally no one will ever see them. Like, I realized that I was just saying that about this guy that I was painting, but you can see his face, and if he has a little bit of detail in the eyes, it's gonna look good. These guys all have those little brims on their hats, except for the Duros. You can get away with just completely skipping their eyes. I promise you no one will ever notice. What would a helmet for a Duros look like? It would be absurd. Like, his skull is as wide as the helmets themselves. If you had a specially made one for him, it would be, like, gigantic. Oh, let me take a look. Okay, yeah. So you are able to get posts in there, Manchu Warrior. Hang on, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up anyway because we didn't get you in before the cutoff time. Let's just take a little glance here. Oh my God, it's so small. It's a tiny picture, but the sculpt is very nice. Very nice indeed. My God, the look of incredulity. So I'd love to see some of your work in the Storm Report, Manchu Warrior. Larger pictures are always appreciated. Because I don't have my keyboard over here right now, or I would zoom in on this. But, oh, it's a kit that you're putting together and getting the paint put in on? I mean, the skin tones are coming together well. But yeah, we do the Storm Report every single stream. And it closes once we start doing it, and then it opens once the stream's over. So if you have some pictures of your work that you would like us to pull up next time, and then you could post up, like, you know, what you're working on or what the end product is going to be or some previous things you've worked on, then that's the time to get them in. Literally any time between the end of tonight's stream and the start of the next Storm Report, and we would be absolutely happy to take a look at it. I like the color scheme you've gone with here. I mean, you know, it's fairly simple. It's green camo, brown leather straps. There's nothing wrong with that, though. They are rebels after all. I like the orange t-shirt. That's a nice touch. A little splash of color to differentiate your squad leader. Good job on the Duros. I think you did a good job on the highlighting here, still leaving some shadows on the sides of his head and under his cheeks and whatnot. You could probably punch up the vibrancy on his eyes a little bit more, but honestly, Shock, I wouldn't bother with the rest of the eyes on Rebel squads. You'll literally never see them. Like, if you want to work on them for yourself to get better at doing it, you know, please go ahead. Please continue to do so. I'm just promising you that no one will ever fucking notice. I like what you've done with the weapons, doing them as just kind of like a deep gray. A trick that I used for these guns in particular that works well for Star Wars weapons that you might try: paint them dark gray like they are here, dry brush them with silver, then hit them with a black wash. Try that on one of them and see if you don't like the outcome. It leaves it with a real, like, dark gunmetal color that I think is just perfect for Star Wars weapons in general. Alright, let me find where I was here. We have From Squared. Let's get that pulled up. The Black Pants Legion's Dark Heresy game has a feral world character, Griglak, son of Griglak, who bonks dudes with a big club, and What Would Griglak Do became a running meme that deserved art. Done using macro photography of bits from my box of shame and digital painting in Vectornator. That's a good idea. That is... You know, I wouldn't have thought of that, and it's so obvious. It's one of those things where as soon as you say it, I'm like, oh, well, of course. Of course that would be the option, so that you can have this fucking... this perfect power mall. What would Griglak, son of Griglak, do? And, I mean... well, the answer's self-evident, is it not? I haven't been watching any of Black Pants Legion's Dark Heresy. I don't actually go on that channel much. I should check it out. Well done design, though. The two-tone is absolutely perfect for a t-shirt, and the white is dense enough that it's actually going to print pretty well. Nice. Bonk. Power bonk, though. It's important to note that that bonk is wrapped in a destabilizing energy field. Here we have from Chewie. Finally finishing an old project. I'm glad to hear it. I have that problem myself a lot of the time. Finished another piece from Cobra Mode's Patreon. This one is Izdara, Mazig Elf Raider. I printed and half-painted it more than a year ago. Ooh, God, I really do sympathize. Finally picked it back up again and finished it off. What do you think could elevate this piece to the next level? Let's pull up the next picture and have a look and see if we can't decide something. I mean, first of all, Chewy, I've told you this before, I'm going to say it again. You're a very, very talented painter. We're looking to elevate this to the next level. We've got some quality non-metallic metal. We've got really good fur texturing. I like that. The face on the squirrel, ferret, egret, axolotl is nice. I really like the texturing that we've done with his fur. Push it to the next level. So the first thing that occurs to me if for pushing this to the next level are environmental reflections on the polished blade surface. So some of the browns and reds from the mount's fur, maybe some of the greens from the reflecting from the cloak that the elf is wearing, or from the greens in the environment. Maybe some more complexity in the skin tones. I think working a little bit of a green tone into the shadows of the skin might be a good move. Same thing for the buckler. It's very shiny, and working in some environmental colors to it would really help to place it in the environment. This is a tough one. You've done a really good job on this. I particularly like the eye on whatever the fuck this is. And the fur texture is fantastic. Just phenomenal. I want some more blue in the base. I will say that. I want some more blue in the base. The only real blue I'm seeing in the model is in the blade, and then it's in the non-metallic metals. It's in the circlet, it's in the blade, it's in the buckles on the harness. And I feel like I want... Not that. That's the wrong button. Go away. Some blue somewhere in the base would go a long way. Or yellow. Yeah, there is some yellow in the form of these little flower tufts. The base definitely feels like it's lacking maybe some reds. I don't know. The base feels like it's not quite colorful enough for how vibrant the rest of the model is, if that makes sense. Particularly given the sort of ragged but very vibrant green cloak. Now, I love what you've done here. There's a little bit of a warm red shadow on the inside of the cloak. I almost would say maybe glazing some warm tones, some reds into the shadows of the cloak. Sort of like you've done here. Would probably be another good move. I think that's probably enough. This is a beautiful piece. This is an absolutely beautiful piece. You've done a fantastic job with it. You want to push it to the next level. I think that those are a few things you could do that would just nudge it over the line. And I don't really want to go much further than that because I already like what you've done here so much. This is a bizarre model. I both have no idea exactly what it is that I'm looking at, and I'm very intrigued. I'm fascinated by this beast that is being ridden. That's absolute madness. So I hope that that's helpful. I hope that that gives you a direction to move in, and I have to say, I am excited as hell to see how that manifests. Let's see what we've got here from Valendar. And thus, the first mini on the new station is finished. This is a mini I sculpted for a client who gave me permission to show it off. This is not only my first one at my new station, etc., I dare say it's one of my best minis to date. I'm tempted to agree, this is fantastic work. Nice, smooth blending. As I said before, I really love the 5 o'clock shadow. You said that was just a simple blue glaze in there. Incredibly effective. incredibly effective just because it adds, like, all the skin tones are so warm, and he's got the brass and the leather right close to it, so that blue really, really stands out. Great job on the eyes, gives him a lot of character, a lot of expression. I mean, good job on the sculpt for that matter. A lot of character. I really like the way you've done the wraps here, the fabric wraps. Nice, chunky tones to all of the non-metallic metal that I imagine reads really, really well at average tabletop viewing distance. I love the non-metallic metal that we have here on the halberd head, and a particularly good job with the glowing rune on the blade. That stands out really nice. I like how you've done it with the dark red and then built up the highlights on the inside of that so that it has a clear separation from the glare on the blade itself. This is a very, very well executed concept, I think, from the beginning of the sculpt all the way to finishing the paint job. And this is another one for my book of models that prove you really don't need to spend that much time being anal retentive about blending absolutely everything on your figure to get a really striking, good-looking figure. Sometimes what you're looking for are those sharp transitions and that harsh contrast. It helps you see the model at the end of the day. It helps you see the details. It helps sell the textures. This model is a wonderful combination of really, really good blending where it needs to be in the skin tones and on the face and across the broad sections of the metal, and then some very harsh transitions and stark highlights on the brass, on the edges of the blade, for the runes. This is just a wonderful combination of, you know what this is? This is a man who understands the fundamentals of painting techniques enough to apply them deftly to differing degrees on the same model. This is incredibly well done, Valendar. I love it. No, this photo is more accurate on the colors than the previous one. Yeah, no, this is a really well done photograph for that matter. You know this guy is angry and annoyed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a well executed concept from beginning to end. You know he's angry and annoyed from the sculpt, and then the paint job helps it along. Normally I say, you know, the sculptor and the painter are sort of helping each other do the same job. They work together for the final product. In this case, it's literally the same fucking guy. All right, we got a little something here from Shiny Mew Paints. Why don't we have a look? Getting started, wand stand semi-fresh off the printer. Getting started on a wand stand. Need to trim off the burrs and do some sanding. Probably gonna slap it with primer. I mean, yeah, I would advise you spray it. I'm looking forward to this for two reasons. One, I'm an avid Harry Potter fan. Fanatic is more description for the contacts. They've read the entire Harry Potter series cover to cover at least 90 different times. 3 different languages, and watched the 7 Harry Potter movies 50 different times in 3 languages. Oh my god, really? Secondly, I need something to display my wand when I'm not using it for work. Something to display my wand when I'm not using it for... You know what? I'm not going to read too much into that. It's possible that Shiny Mew is a fucking wizard. I can neither confirm nor deny this. Nice, It's a damn nice sculpt. It looks like... Is it... You're having... Well, this is interesting. It looks like there are surface imperfections for the owls, but the plinth itself and the crest are actually quite smooth. So I wonder how much of this is the file and how much of this is print settings. Is that what it is? High poly blobbing issue caused by the buffer and power recovery. So the print head is pausing, is what it's doing. Because, it doesn't look like that came out ideally. But everything down here came out nice and smooth. Huh. This is something that I would probably print in 3 pieces myself. Like, I would do the base, and then leave sort of a plug-in section here, and then print each of the owls separately. Oh, and then they have a little hook on the back for the wand to actually go into. That's pretty nice. Either way, it's a perfectly workable print. Since it's not meant to be an actual owl, there's nothing stopping you from, dry brushing it up to make it look like it's supposed to be carved out of stone, in which case the little print imperfections, that can just be part of the charm. But that is something to look at. And how is that issue solved for Got-A-Rung? It's not one that I've personally had, so I haven't looked into the fixes for it, but I've heard of it happening. Essentially, the print head, as it's going around, continually pauses. The other thing that you would get out of splitting this up into 3 parts, if you do it again, Shiny Mew Paints, is currently what's happening is as it prints each owl, it's doing one layer, moving over here, doing another layer. Doing a layer, moving over here, doing another layer. So it's going up and down and moving back and forth. If you print these separately and then plug them down into the base, it's just going to be able to print one owl nice and smooth all the way up, and then do the other one nice and smooth all the way up, and then each one will be cleaner. It's just something to consider as far as breaking this up for future prints. And I assume, if you've got one wand, you probably have multiple, so you could probably make the next one a little bit cleaner. Dude, fucking go get to it, Crocodile. I'm surprised you're still here. I usually raid and run. Crocodile, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for hanging out, man. It's always good to see you. Have a great day, have a good workout, and I hope we get to see you here on Twitch again sooner rather than later. Alright, let's see what we got from Xander Shade. Okay. One of the newest Jackbox memes, birthed from a rather violent game of earwax, the Drunken Circumcision, was created to riotous laughter and horror. I can see that. As a continuation, our next game of Junktopia handed me a perfect tool, the Bloody Cleaver. Jackbox, at its finest, we here at Thunderhit Studio are dedicated to bringing you nothing but the highest brow humor available on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the reminder, Merlin. Ultimately, this is my fault. I don't supervise or moderate the games of Jackbox in any way. This isn't even the worst thing to come out of these games so far. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. We do play Jackbox though. It is hosted. You are in fact a moderator. I don't know what that says about us. There are games of Jackbox hosted on the Discord just about every Saturday, sometimes more than that, and we've been talking about doing some more community games of Jackbox on here on the stream, maybe once monthly. We still haven't exactly worked out when that's going to be, but we had fun with the last one. And for anyone who doesn't know what Jackbox is, it's really just a series of obscene and absurd party games that is quite a lot of fun. They're easy to jump in and out of. So if we're having a Jackbox night here on the stream, just stop in. It's not hard to jump into the game. Crocodile, absolutely, man. Have a great day, have a good workout, and I hope to see you again soon. Here we have from Merlin Models. Ooh. Sometimes you just need to paint a space dwarf. I've had critique on these eyes and they do need improvement, but the beard was the thing I was trying to experiment with and improve. There's a lot left to do here. Let's have a glance, why don't we? I like the beard. I think you could go you could go deeper with the shadow on it. Like your base dark brown, I think you could go deeper. You started a little bit high. That would be my only real critique. I actually really like the sheen that you've given it. You've done I think a better job on this side of the beard than on this side. Down here we have some of the strands kind of coming together. I would focus the highlights a little bit higher and let these taper off into shadow, particularly since it's going to disappear behind his gun a little bit here. But the highlights are pretty well spot on, and I really like what you've done with his little flat top here. But like I said, I would go darker with the base tone. Now, personally, I've only done one example of red hair that I like in my entire fucking life, and it was on Black Widow, and if you asked me how I did it, I couldn't tell you. So I'm not the man to come to for painting faces, painting hair, or painting eyes. They're the things that I'm worst at, and I'm trying to get better at. We can do that. We can do that together, Merlin. We can both get better at painting hair, faces, and eyes. I love the shadows that you've done on the skin itself. It's very livid. I appreciate the dark line of paint that you have left separating the hair from the skin so that it actually probably pops out really nice at average viewing distance. But like I said, I think go darker. I think go darker with the base tone on the beard and give yourself a little bit more contrast to work with. But the colors in general, like, I think maybe you brought it up just a smidge too high on the highest highlight, and you want to bring that down more into more of a golden register than the almost white that it's reaching. Because it needs to have a sheen, but maybe not quite that shiny. And if you bring the base tone into a darker brown, then you don't have to go that high. You can sort of cap yourself at a certain point and keep it more red. We can improve, damn it. This is a Blood Bowl dwarf head clip to use on this guy. It's been a challenge for sure. That was my other thing I was going to say is, I didn't realize any of these guys were like rocking the classic dwarf beard. I thought they were all in their stupid little NASA helmets. I dig it. I like what you've done here. You are correcting the mistakes of Games Workshop and making the dwarves look like proper dwarves, sir. Welcome back, Leaf Painting. I'll be down to play some Jackbox. We'll post about it next time we're gonna get a community game night going on the we'll post about it on the Discord mechanic. Make sure that you know about it. We'll let people know well ahead of time, and we'll probably run one, I don't know, maybe close to Thanksgiving. That could work. I could be into that. Listen to Asri. Ginger hair recipe, dark red, bull pyro red, highlights, filtered with transparent orange / vibrant orange glaze. That sounds like as good a recipe as any to me. I would try that out. And that's especially a good way to do something that you want to blend that much, is, yeah, use a glaze, or I'm personally a huge fan of, I don't use a lot of scale color, but they have these ink tints. Essentially just really, really highly pigmented, vibrant glazes. I love these. I think something like that would be kind of perfect for it. Alright, let's see what we got next. Ooh, also from Merlin Models with his This Just In. Back to my Imperial Knights. I have left these models half done for several months, just taunting me from the corner of the room. Last week I started looking at them seriously to see how much needs doing. Realistically, there's not a huge amount left to do in order to get them battle ready. Battle ready is the key. Parade ready is a long way off, but fuck that. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that's not what he said. Parade ready is a long way off, but these lenses made me happy and spurred me to try to finish some of them off. The lenses look nice. The lenses look real nice. I'm digging this. As another example of, like, when you're up here and this is up in your grill, like, you don't really need to be psychotic about blending this. This looks fucking great, and if you hold this out at arm's length, it just reads as a green lens with light shining through from the upper left and glaring off the top left of the lens. All three of them together work well, coming from black through green all the way to a yellow, really kicking up the vibrancy there. Very nicely done. Of course, I think you're a maniac painting in subassembly. Well, you know what? No. For Imperial Knights, I'll allow it. For Imperial Knights, even armigers, I'm fine with it because they come apart so easily. You'd be a fool not to paint them in subassemblies. I'll confess, I have even painted my Imperial Knights in subassemblies. I can't honestly critique you for that. When I see people painting Space Marines in sub-assemblies, yeah, my eye starts to twitch a little bit. But in this case, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's more than fine. It's lovely. Really well done. Now let's see what we got from Dr. Rhino. Oh, you have permission now. Yeah, I know that. I realize, like, you've been holding off, awaiting my approval. Well, you have it now, Merlin. Congratulations. Here we have from Dr. Rhino. OSL practice. Working on improving my OSL game. First attempt was way too much. Way happier with this more reserved approach. Let's have a glance. And yes. Yes. I saw the first one. It was a little like... It just looked like her armor was blue. This is still intense, but this is toned down quite a lot, and I think that, yeah, you what I said about it was focus your harsh whites down here where the lightning is on the blade, and then as you move up the blade, sort of focus on more saturated but dimmer glow the further up the blade you get. And it looks like he's pulled this back a little bit on the weapon, pulled it back from the face. In general, eased a lot of it out. It's much less intense. And, you know, this is already a really, really intense OSL, so imagine how it was before. But this looks nice. I love the Terminator eyes. This model in general. Like, we just saw someone working on an armature. This is what Dr. Rhino does for his armatures. He makes, like, these big fucking murderous Hall of Presidents chicken walkers with Melta arms and lightning swords. It's all I can think of when I see it is it's like you go to like the Imperium of Man's Hall of Presidents and these fucking things come alive. And then when you combine the reverse jointed legs with the wings, they're like giant murderous chickens. I don't know what to tell you. The Terminator eyes are a nice touch. I think that little bit of extra red glow adds a lot. Looking damn good. Oh, that second post is the same thing. Oh, the third post is the same thing. Dr. Rhino posted the same thing 3 times. 4. Shame, sir. Alright, let's see what we got next. From Asri. Lord Bastion, the formerly Ginger. This is almost done. I need to do some touch-up on the gold and white, and probably some work on the brazier. Need to work on my white game. It went on thicker than I wanted. White tends to do that. White is a damn tricky color. The pigments tend to be thick and kind of chalky. Otherwise, I'm extremely happy with how this turned out. Let's have a look here. Enhance. Oh my god. Alright, this is nice. First of all, this is a nice model. These newer Stormcast really are very, very impressive. And yeah, you're having the same problem with the white that a lot of people do. You know, you want to thin your paints and put them on in multiple coats regardless, but white is a color that needs it more than most. If you're using Citadel white, I found that it is particularly thick and chalky. I highly recommend Pro Acryl's Bold Titanium White. It goes on nice and smooth every time I've used it. It thins very, very well. And I would say this is mostly a problem with thinning. Mostly a problem with thinning. The metallics look nice. I like the little splashes of blue. I love what you've done with the base, adding in some color with the skulls. And yeah, the brazier reads a little brown. I think the smoke, this is interesting to me. The smoke on the brazier is actually coming across to me better than the coals themselves. Going with some really like bright yellows, oranges, with reds coming down towards the base, and then maybe dry brushing black over the top could give you the effect that you're looking for. So it looks like they're glowing down deep, but all the areas that are out towards just the air that aren't down in the brazier are sort of cooling and turning black, you know? But you need that bright yellow and orange deep down to contrast against the black to really sell the effect, and that way they look like burning coals. And I like how you've got some of the red actually in the smoke. Like, I don't know if I would do anything with the smoke. I would leave the smoke how it is. But yeah, some yellow and orange down in the deep recesses of the coals, and then black on the raised areas, I think will give you the effect that you're looking for. I like the kind of warm, almost bronzy tone that his armor has. That's a nice touch. My god, what a beard. I would do a few more coats of your red. The red is looking a little bit thin on the cape here. Just to the point where, like on the rest of this, obviously you want the metallic showing through. Like, I see the method that you did, and you want the metallic showing through in the armor. You don't want it as much on the cape. I would just do several more layers of your red on here until you get rid of that kind of metallic sheen. And I would thin your white a little bit more, and just thinner white, more layers of it is going to move you in the right direction. It was so thin and so dry. Going over the gray was rough. It is pro... This is the... This was thinned down? This was Pro Acryl Bold Titanium White, and you thinned it down. And it came out like this. Huh. Clearly something is wrong, because I get a much smoother white out of it. What are you thinning with? Are you just using, like, water? I use distilled water, usually. May need to use a newer brush, perhaps. The brush shouldn't be as much of an issue. You want to thin it down to the point where I've seen people describe it as like skim milk. Like I'm talking like 50-50 water and paint. And then you want to do like 3, depending on what you're going over. If you're going over a metallic and looking for a solid coat, you're going to want to do 3, 4, 5 coats. Use with Flow Improver, which is pretty much what I thin most paints with. Try just thinning it with distilled water. Honestly, Flow Improver is going to break the surface tension. It specifically has chemicals in it to break the surface tension of the paint, which is going to cause it to flow. Well, I mean, it's a flow improver. It improves the flow. It's going to flow more into the recesses than you necessarily want. You still want the pigments to stay on the flat surfaces. So I think maybe your issue is the use of the flow improver. Try just some distilled water and see if that doesn't give you a better result. I would say start there for troubleshooting, and if you still have issues with it, I'm sure we could address that, and we'll figure it out. Asri, we'll get you painting smooth white. We'll get you painting smooth white. Try to avoid water so the paint doesn't bead up when it's thin. You shouldn't have that much of an issue with it. Like, I would use water to thin my paints. I wouldn't go with anything other, unless you're like addicted to some sort of a medium. I would just, as a standard, use water and use Flow Improver when it suits the specific task, which I don't think it necessarily does here. I am still surprised it's coming out that chalky, if you're thinking it. Yeah, if it's beating up, it's too thin. If it's beating up on the model, it's a combination of it being too thin and maybe you not having a good surface for it to go down on. You know what, Asri? We'll work on this. We'll workshop this a little bit. We'll throw you some troubleshooting tips, and we'll see if we can't get your white going down smoother. Need to work on my white game, you said. Yeah, well, a lot of us have had to. Either way, all in all, it's a damn good-looking model. All right, here we got... Oh, from Aaron Heath Art. Oh, this is fantastic. Heavy body acrylic is really good for white coverage. Just got to thin it a bit more than usual. So Secret Squirrel, I haven't... Like Chimera Colors has a heavy body acrylic line. I haven't used it, but I know some people who have been very happy with it. So, it maybe is worth trying, but that's why I said I'm surprised, because I'm using that exact paint. I have Pro Acryl. This isn't it. I'm grabbing the wrong bottle. I mean, it doesn't matter if I grab the right bottle or not, but I have Pro Acryl Bold Titanium White, and I've never had that issue, which is why I'm wondering where the disconnect is, you know? Because it's one thing when someone's like, I'm using a crazy paint, you've never used them, having this problem. I'm like, maybe try this. They say I'm using the exact paint you're using and I'm having a problem you're not having. I'm like, that's odd. Well, how much are you agitating the bottle before you use it, Asri? Are you giving it like a really, really good shake? Even if you're just taking it right out of the bottle, it shouldn't do that, though. I don't know. We'll work on it, Asri. I'm curious myself. Here is a drawing of my dog, Pappy. He's a white German Shepherd that died August 24th. Posting this drawing of my dog, Pappy, that will be a watercolor painting. Oh, Pappy. Enhance. Oh my god, that's maybe too much enhancement. Can't quite make it out that close in, but that is lovely. What an incredibly floofy boy. Oh my god. It appears that he had an absolutely majestic mane. And you're going to do this as a watercolor? Aaron Heath, I really, really hope we can convince you to share this with us as you continue to work on it, and definitely once it's finished. I'm so sorry that you are without your friend. I'm wonderfully happy to know that he lived such an incredibly long life, and more than that he was this loved. That's about as good as it gets. That is about as good as it gets. I would absolutely love to see some more work on this as you continue to work on this memorial. Aaron Heath, I think I like animals more than I like people. most of the time. I get very, very attached to them, and I don't pretend for one moment to ever understand exactly what someone is going through when they lose such a personal friend of theirs, but I understand a piece of it. And that piece of it that I understand is how much it hurts, how staggering it can be, but also once that initial hurt has passed, there is this warmth. There is this... The memories that we have of them over the course of their life are something that will never leave us, that no one can ever take away from us. And knowing that they had a good long life and knowing that they were loved is it's so important. And I find it incredibly inspirational. And I really, really want to see, if you feel like sharing with us as you work on this, I would love to see it as it progresses. So please, please, please feel free to post more. And thank you so much for sharing this with us. Thank you for sharing something so personal. Oh, Pappy. I didn't know him, but damn do I ever want to scritch him behind the ears. Merlin, thank you for the reminder. Now that I've gotten my Vortex mixer back from the wife, yeah, they're agitated. Damn, you're using a Vortex mixer too? Alright, we gotta get to the bottom of this, Azri, because that's crazy. Here we have from The Casual Robot, Too Thin Coats Test. Tested the Too Thin Coats line. It's just a 3D printed cloud lookalike I happen to have. It is one of the wonderful things about 3D printing is you can always just run off some random thing to test the paints on. Enhance. Got a shallow depth of field, so this seems to be the most in focus. Is here, a little bit of his leg, left side of his body in general. They look like they go down pretty well. The fact that you've got good coverage and I'm picking up the print lines through it is a good sign. This is literally the first time I've seen someone use the Too Thin Coats paint. I'd be curious to hear what your impressions of it were, how many layers you had to put down to get such nice coverage. I like that kind of lavender purple you're working with for Cloud. This is specifically Cloud from, what's the movie? Fuck, what's the movie? Advent Children? Is that the name of it? Yeah, from Cloud, yeah, because sometimes the big true is different than the small true. It's Final Fantasy VII, yes, but this is, if I'm not mistaken, specifically Cloud from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, because he has the buckles and the shoulder pad and all this business, and the blade that comes apart into a billion other fucking swords. Why do I know this? I remember when Advent Children blew our fucking minds. Oh, the good old days. Yeah, just a test, I figured. It looks like it went on pretty nicely. And these are the metallics as well, too. It still looks pretty good. Honestly, Advent Children, like, for an animated movie, they came out relatively early in the cycle of big-budget animated movies. It looked pretty good, and it still does. The wash was stellar. All right. I don't know that I'm going to pick up any to try myself. I have to say the yellow looks really, really nice. I wonder how many coats you had to do. I assume at least 2 thin ones for the yellow, but it looks like it went down pretty well. It's nice and vibrant. The silver was patchy, so the metallics you're not liking as much. Spirits Within still looks great. You know what? Hot fucking take. I really like the Spirits Within. It has fuck all to do with Final Fantasy, but that was back in the day when Final Fantasy meant different story every time. And I thought Spirits Within was pretty great. That's the yellow over Chaos Black primer? Damn, that's not bad. Same thing for the flesh tone. It seems like it went on well. I'll be interested to hear your further impressions of it, and you say you're working right now on some Emperor's Children. Casual Robot, if you feel like sharing those with us as you get them done, I would be very interested to hear back reports. I don't know that I'll ever end up using 2 thin coats. Like, God, that's going to be so confusing. I use 2 thin coats when I paint, but I don't use the 2 thin coats paint, which is now the name of a paint. Yeah, it's gonna drive me absolutely fucking crazy. I want to see the Emperor's Children, though. And hear any more impressions you have from the paint. If only so that I have some knowledge of it when people inevitably ask about it, and I appreciate you sharing with us. Oh, up next we have from This Mechanic Games. Some Age of Sigmar miniatures. Spirits Within was a good story. A lot of the animation made me cringe, like dramatic arm motions when the collars... Give him a break, Valentar. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago, man. This couple miniatures I'm painting for the Stormcast army I'm building. Gotta stay away from my friendly local game store for a while now, lest ye buy more Stormcast. Enhance. Ooh, 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 that's metallic. Look at that. God damn. Okay. First of all, can I just say, I love the color scheme you're going with here. I love the really, really shiny silver and brass with this slightly reddish, deep brown cloak and all these brown tones. All this warmth, and I really like what you're doing here with the very dramatic shading on the scroll here. You don't get what happened in the Spirits Within. An asteroid from a destroyed planet crashed into Earth, and it was full of ghosts. And then the planet Earth was haunted by space ghosts. That was the movie. That was literally the plot of the movie. We were haunted by the ghosts of another planet. It was fucking crazy. But we didn't know what they were, so we thought they were invading aliens. Cloak will end up being a brighter red, so this is just our base tone. Okay, can I... And you're going with red. I kind of like the idea of it being more of a brown. I don't know why. Just a reddish brown? Like... Maybe it's just something in the really shiny metallics that you've done here. But when I look at this... Yeah, wine red, like a burgundy. Like an ox blood. Not like a bright red. Not like a really vibrant crimson or like a cadmium red. I'm really thinking like an ox blood. You know? I think that would look fucking great. Like if you don't go any higher than this red here that he has on his shoulders, I think that would be just magnificent for that cloak. Either way, it's coming together well so far. I'm digging it. I'm really liking these new Stormcast models. They look so much better than the old ones. It's kind of crazy. I love the metallics. I think they look great. I think the really high shine looks good. I love the shading that you have there on the banner that's attached to the halberd. That's what you're trying to match on the cloak? Okay. Good. I like that. Yeah, they look a lot less marine-y. They look more like... They look more fantasy. And the first round of them definitely looked like space marines that just happened to be in a medieval setting. I very much want to see one of the finished cloaks in that case, mechanic. Because I'm loving that base tone. I'm loving that base tone to the point where I almost want it to stay brown. But they're your minis. I'm going to accept that it's red. I'm just going to beg you to make it a deep, dark red. And I want to see where you land, because I think that those are going to look fucking great. Alright. What do we have next? A little business from Leaf Painting. Oh, man. Leaf, I love your work, man. This shit, like... This is where I live, man. This takes me right back to where I started in 40K. My first army was some secondhand Iron Warriors. I remember the first time I found out about the Night Lords. And it's like their symbol is like a Halloween skull with bat wings, and they have lightning on their arm. What the fuck? They're so metal. And people try to make them like grim dark and everything, but I love this vibrant blue. I love these bright reds. I love the really saturated glowing reds you have for the eyes and for the plasma cannon. This says chaos to me. This is like the kind of chaos that's gonna get airbrushed on the side of a fucking van fighting a wizard. This is some Two Wolf Moon shit here. Exactly. Night Lords are dumb and I love them. This is so fucking brutal. Oh, I remember last time we saw this, I complimented that skull on the knee. I'm gonna do it again, man. That skull looks so good. The shading on the bone. I love the really saturated blue. Really digging the hand done, the free-handed lightning bolts. I think there's blood soaking the plasma gun. I mean, it makes sense there's blood soaking the claw with the fucking buzzsaw on his palm, but it looks like there's blood soaking up here on the plasma gun, and that's cool as hell. God, that skull. We got a follow-up. Let's have a look at him from the back. I love this. It's just, I don't know, man. I know the word. I know the word for 40K is grimdark. But I feel like grimdark used to mean something else. And this to me, I think that's it. I think that's it, Leaf Painting. I can tell you had fun, and I love it. I love the unnatural red glow from within on the engine on his back. I love the bright, vibrant red for the winged skulls. Yeah, more skulls than a Spirit Halloween. This is wonderful. Exactly, Trotsky. It used to be like half grimdark, and the universe was grimdark. The visuals were like a fucking metal album. When they came up with Chaos Space Marines, always take a Space Marine and put big fucking horns coming out of his helmet. Yeah. And these ones over here have fucking guitars. I miss the good old days. I miss the good old days, but thanks to talented artists like Leaf Painting, I get to relive them every now and then. This is great. Really nicely done, man. Dude, I always love seeing your work in here, Leaf. Thank you so much for sharing. Glam dark. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I like that. I might steal that phrase. I might steal that phrase, buddy. You might have to just deal with that. Oh, we have a whole series of pieces here from Mike May Art. So because we try to stick to the rules, Mike May Art, and the rules are we get one post per storm report. We get one picture per storm report. We have a whole series of them here from you, but they're fucking gorgeous. I'm gonna pick one. No, it's perfectly fine. And in fact, please feel free to post as much of your work as you care to or want to in our art channels elsewhere on the Discord, because people are going to want to see these. But I'm going to pick one that we're going to show off here, because, oh my god. Oh man. It's always a little sobering for me. It's always a little sobering for me when I'm sitting here and I'm streaming my little toys on Twitch and someone strolls in and they're like, "Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm an actual artist who does real art." I hate to go all the way to the end, but I have a mind of metal over flesh, and I love this. I love what I'm seeing here. Enhance. I like the anatomy of it. I don't just like the texture that you have on the steel here, or the combination of what looks like rust and maybe chipped off paint. I love what you've done with the depth of field on this. The shoulder is more in focus, the head is more in focus. As we come back here, we blur, we go out of focus, the details become less distinct, less important, more suggestive. I love the anatomy work on this. The sort of pieces that are reminiscent of human anatomy, like the tendons in the neck. We have like this braided cable here. and yet the skull is so inhuman. The eyes are set so high. There's like this central ridge coming from the skull down to the nose. It makes me want to imagine what it would look like with flesh on it, even though it clearly has no flesh. 6" by 4", so kind of in line with you miniature freaks. Oh, that's even better. That's even better. You did amazing art on a tiny piece of canvas. That makes me feel even worse. The sort of, there's a suggestion of teeth, almost like, you know what I get from this? He has a face almost like a deep sea fangly fish, like an angler. Yeah, evocative of our own humanity in broad shape while still being in the details very alien. And I'm definitely getting an angler fish from the shape of his skull, and yeah, probably even in this piece coming up over his head in the back. This is lovely. I really like how it becomes indistinct the further away you get from the... It's the simulation of a shallow depth of field. It's really nice. And the wide eye sockets, but then with just the little glowing ember down deep in them. Kind of makes me want to go for a robot net devil. I don't even know what that is, but I want to see it. This is wonderful. This is like I have so much admiration for work like this. I don't really do any two-dimensional art. And it's a skill that I wish I had started developing at a younger age, so I would be just, more into it now. But I am absolutely an appreciator of art, and God, even the color work on this is so wonderful. The use of blues and oranges. This too here, this little glowing light here, it really makes me think of like deep sea life. Net Devil is angler. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I know angler, and then most of the time I call them deep sea fangly fishes. Obviously, I'm a talented ichthyologist. Robot Net Devil is my internet dating profile name. That might explain a thing or two, Trotsky. I don't know quite how to tell you this, man, but you might want to revise your dating profile a wee little bit. But that will bring us, ladies and gentlemen, to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. I have like PTSD from my Stream Deck not working. I keep expecting the button to not work, and I'll do my little timing thing, and then I'll just be staring at the camera. I'm waiting for it to happen. Dude, Mike, thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for sharing your work with us. I'd love the opportunity to show off some more of it here on the stream. Again, the Storm Report, we usually clear the channel a little bit after the stream, and we start a new one, and as soon as that new channel is open, you are welcome to post right up until the next stream, which, speaking of the next stream, hold on 1 second, let me get something started here. Let me see if we can't get a raid going on for another streamer here. One moment. Who's doing what? What's going on in the Twitchverse? Teal Security just got started. Well, that answers all my questions. Why don't we make that happen? I don't think we've rated Teal Security in a little while. Bing, bang, boom. Get that started. The command even worked. Holy moly. Speaking of, our next stream will be back Tuesday the 8th, Friday the 11th, Sunday the 13th. I'm really not doing anything but paintwork, prepping for Adepticon from here through March. That's pretty much what you can expect to see. I don't think we'll have any 3D modeling streams probably until March. We'll probably get in a Jackbox, like, party game stream, probably one a month up through there. And then after Adepticon is over, we'll get back to some more 3D modeling streams because I'm going to have plenty of work to do after that. Yeah, Merlin, you really want to see Prey. All right, we'll have to make that happen. But yeah, the next Storm Report will be at the same time on Tuesday, so if you feel like sharing something with us, Mike, on any of those days, we'd absolutely love to see it, Matt. Again, thank you so much for your follow, and thanks for coming in, dude. I always love when, like, talented artists come in and share their work with me. Bring the art to me. Oh my god, I'm running out of time. Folks, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. We got a number of awesome raids tonight. Thank you guys for bringing your people in. Thank you to our new follows. It's always wonderful to meet new people, and thank you as always to my amazing mod team. Folks, I'm going to send you on over to Teal Security, so until next time, keep on painting.